Good evening. If someone's in here, could you tell me if my sound works? I got two little ones right here. They don't show up very well on the camera. Right on, Robert. Hey, good to see you here. I gotta stay warm in the garage to do this. Awesome. Thank you. I always question my connecting of the mic. We're working on fine gold right now. Itty bitty little specks. Oh, maybe that'll help. But the quality is just not quite there. There we go. These are like super fine flowers. So I've got this little hole up here where I could sweep it into, but I noticed as I tried to sweep it in there, it likes to like fuddle back. So I found that if I get this really close and flush, I can actually just pull the pieces up. And I got a little one right here. Oh, I just bumped it. Better sweep it back. Hey, Lockman. I wish I was in your neck of the woods right now. It's probably not all frozen, solid. It actually got warm here. Usually complaining about cold at 70. Oh, that'd be, oh, there's a little one right there. See, it doesn't come up really well, but that's a little speck, and that's a little flat one. I just put these in here for the show. Alright, I set that one up. We'll get that little tiny, oh, there's a new one right there. This isn't very much gold, but no, I didn't fight the frozen ground for new material. I was going to, but it just didn't. There was no spot for me to really chip out much. And that one spot where I saw the exposed gravels, people don't like you tearing up by trails. They'll make a scene. So, chili chips, I'm gonna do it. Oh, your pump froze last night? Darn. I've been fortunate while I'm working or doing stuff that I haven't had anything critically freeze. I've got like 3 right there. They're cute and adorable. So, just for reference, these are nice little pieces. Your well pump. Dang. I was like, wait, your pump froze, your well pump. Dang. Our well pump is at the bottom of it, so it'd have to freeze in the ground pretty good. Well, this is cool. This is the most I've had on a YouTube Live. Thank you, everyone. I've usually done my other. I don't know if it'll filter me if I should get this material wet and remove the cat hair, but oh well. I think I put too much down. Oh well. I know some probably floated away. Whoops. Kind of spread this all out. Yeah, ours is deep in Alaska, all the way down. I think 80 to 100 feet, I think, is what our our well is at. So what I'm doing, this is called a Miller table. Oh, froze the pressure tank, bummer. I sweep the materials up here and let the water wash over, doing its natural action. And then little pieces of gold will stick behind on the edge like that one and that one. And so as I brush them up, the black sands will slowly roll away, exposing little tiny bits of gold. Now, why would I bother with this little tiny gold? Because it's over $4,000 an ounce. And it's winter in Alaska. I have nothing better to do besides shovel snow, which it's still snowing, so I'm waiting till it stops if I'm going to do that, or call a plow. Does it help to have to wet dry? So it's better if the material is already wet so that it doesn't want to float on the surface. Because although I do have surfactant in here, not our buddy's creek drop yet, but I do have a little bit of that so the surface tension's not as strong. That's a vial of some of my coarser gold that I've gotten from the year. Now it's time for all the little stuff. It's like I say in a lot of my videos, I try to focus on just getting the material. Now, I have a lot of material to go through. Might be at 4,600. I saw it had crested over the 4,500 again. It kind of goes into those settlements where it hits a certain target and then people sell. And then it starts buying up again. What has me curious is what, like, obviously he won't want to like spill what the stuff is, but with any new product like that, I do like to know what it's made of because if it's just a household item, it could be mixed with the wrong stuff on accident, and it's nifty to know, but it says it's safe and all that, so I'll be curious when I can get some of that. Hey, James. Saw you in the other one. I was just like, I need to do this. That's the nice gold. This is the tiny stuff. Oh, wait. This stuff's the nice stuff. Some of it's from the South Umpqua. Some of it's from California, Bear River. The really nice stuff, though. Well, then I have that one, too. That's my little picker vial. Those are the really nice ones. There's few and far between, but... Oh. Had me worried for a second. I was like, where's that other one? I am grabbing some show and tell gold. There we go. Yeah, most of these were found in, this was at Porcupine Creek, where Big Nugget Mine is, just right upstream of that. Same on when Parker was on the early gold rush days. And then this one is from McKinley Creek, the biggest one, the 1/10 of an ounce that has kind of a crystal to it. And the rest were from the Petersville. This is gold from Hope, Alaska. I got all sorts of little vials with various bits of gold in them. I already see 2 have exposed themselves. We're going to suck those right up. And you push this stuff around a bit. We're going for the powder today. Speaking of which, I had my other vial where I had my glacial gold. So, some creeks that we work, it's just, well, I should say big river systems, are a bunch of glacial moraine. Okay. Let me see here. Oh, I see one right there. Oh, shoot. I managed to catch it. And there's like a little dusting of powder right there. It's super small. That's the super fine stuff, which I need to clean better, which would actually be a really good time to put that in here and do it. But it's all yeah, I need to clean this gold down a little bit better and get some of that black material out, but it all works. Hey, Patriot. It's funny because everyone talks about how late it is. It's getting on the East Coast and everything, and I'm like, it's only 7 o'clock. Magnet. Yes, this has already been, so... There's the magnetics. The magnetics have all been cleaned out. The rest of this is like hematite or other like tungsten with some of it. But yeah. Nope, we try to get rid of all the magnetics first. I just saw some go over the edge. But, oh well. I had a piece of cubic pyrite just roll down. Oh, looks like I just put a new one in here. There's a little piece. There's probably still some residual magnetics in here, but... or weak ones that wouldn't come around. Hey, I used to go live a lot more, and I've been just working like a dog. We're trying to save up for a camper van. We've got a Sprinter on order now, and it's supposed to be coming in, and then we're going to have it built out by a company in Reno, Nevada. And then that will let us just mosey along the US and Canada, prospecting and checking things out all over. So we don't have to like commit to hotels. We want to stay somewhere we can, and so that's what I've been kind of busy doing. I still made a few videos here and there, and this summer I did more for YouTube here. I used to go live a lot more on the other Double T platform. And I would do really well there. That's where I know Dave Tower Lockman from. He still mines, and I used to mine in the same area he's at, which has a fondness. It's a fond place to me. I've had some invites to go back down there on a few claims in the Siskiyou area. We got a new one right there. But I've just been taking every bit of work I can. I don't mind any shares. I haven't really. I think I did one live while I was digging at the river, or I think I've done 3 at the rivers, and they did so-so. Oh, I did one at the Oregon Sunstone mine too. That one did pretty well. The problem with that was I was hogging up time I should have been recording by going live, and then the quality of the live wasn't quite as glorious to put into the YouTube video that I was trying to do about Oregon Sunstones. And that was when we rented a van. Got one right there. I don't know what. There we go. Whoa. Oh, it's got a little water on the screen. I was like, what is it doing? It's going crazy. Noah Fabby. Are you a fabricator? Or is that just part of the name? I'm a welder. But I work chunks of time. Oh, I got another one showing up right here. And another one right there. They're cute little ones, but they work. Oh, yeah? I wish this focus would just stay locked. There's another one right there. They're periodic and they're little, but every little piece counts. Many of you that already prospect know that little gold adds up. The best way I can describe it is like snowflakes. One snowflake isn't very much, but dang, you put them together and they can be a lot of trouble. This stubborn one's wanting to bounce, so I'm going to hit it from the bottom. There we go. And I always try to clear my tube up so that if it comes back down, I see it. I need to get those sunstones sent off so that they can get... I want to get one faceted. One good one faceted. And then with some of the gold that I've been digging, have it cast into a ring. That's right, every flake counts. All flakes matter. There's some super powder right there. So tiny, I bet if I just barely disturb the water. Oh, I think I got it. It's so small it doesn't even show up. That's why I gotta put like some bigger pieces. Hey Sam. Did you manage to get off the rig? I don't know what's in this tub here, but I'm gonna just put it on here and see. Could be something, could be nothing. Oh, it's definitely something, okay. I just don't remember what it's from. It's a problem. You got this container of concentrates, that container of concentrates, all this stuff. It all gets lost. There we go. I'm going to spread that out. Somebody really was here. Hello. Yeah, this one definitely had. I don't remember what this is from, but I see some lead right here. That lead's big enough, I'll just pop it in that hole. Oh. I think this was from my Talkeetna mountain diggings. Because right here, it's crazy when you dig so much, you just forget about what this container was from and that container was from. I don't know if that'll focus right. That is a chunk of galena. It's a lead silver ore. Yeah, there's a nice welding burn. It's a little one. I've got a lot of bigger ones. I'm going to set that to the side. Right on. Thank you for the subscription. That was a baby version of this bigger stuff we were digging out. They're like, oh, that's a waste of time. Why are you digging that? Well, now silver is what, 80 an ounce? So, despite this having a lot of lead, but it has a good amount of silver in it too. This is galena ore. Now I need to stir this stuff back up. Yeah, I bet that's where that came from. I probably didn't get the magnetics in this one. I was like, what is that? I don't remember. I love the positivity. Thank you, everyone. It'd sure be nice to be somewhere warm. I saw one guy digging in Georgia, and he's like, it's a bit chilly out. And I'm like, that's adorable. That's cute. But I know if it were 90 degrees, I'd be like, oh my gosh, I'd be the weakling. There's like a little leading edge of gold in there. I'm going to spread these out and see if there's any stragglers. Nope. I got one that wandered to the bottom here, probably because I disrupted it. And I probably put too much of that in there, but I just said, hey, let's go for it. I got one. It's kind of a wiry looking one. When it's not in the sand, it's getting rolled. Right there. I sucked up a little black sand with it, but that's alright. I can always rerun it. $75 right now. Nice. Thanks for popping in there. I hope you're having a good time off. Tell Erica hi. But I bet you could handle, Robert, I bet you could handle 90 better than I could. Considering a hot day, like, we have heat advisories at 80 degrees. We have heat advisories up here at 80 degrees. Fairbanks gets them at about 90, but... Which is funny, because they're right now, like... Well, actually, they're -7 right now. They warmed up quite a bit. A lot of locals are having a nice reprieve from the real cold. So I got one right here, and I'm coming right underneath it. A lot of people don't have the patience. Oh, there's another little wire-looking one. Like there's just little bits of line of powder showing themselves. Lived in Vegas for 11 years. Yeah, well, see, I'm actually pretty good at the heat as long as I can sweat. So it's like if I go to Florida, Hawaii was actually very difficult for me. We were walking everywhere in Oahu, Waikiki, and all those places, even Maui. We were like, we might drive from Kihei to Lahaina or Kahului, but after that we'd park and walk. And just that humidity was, that sea air was getting a little bit toasty. I've got a good little line showing up right here. Hopefully it's not just crud. Not if you're in Wisconsin looking. Yeah, and Wisconsin is a little bit more difficult to find some quantities of gold. I really have no excuse living in Alaska. This summer, though, I kind of did things backwards. Normally, I travel south during the winter and go prospect, and then stay up here in the summer, but family needed help, things came along, and next thing you know, I'm going south in the summer and missing out the summer up here. And now it's winter, the ground is frozen. I tried getting out a couple weeks ago before it froze solid. And, well, too late. It already had. I'm going to use the small brush here. Do you ever consider doing this at a larger scale? Yes. I'm doing this at a small one just because it's winter. Like, we only have, our days are only just about 5.5 hours, 5 hours, 40 minutes. So there's a lot of nighttime right now. We are gaining daylight, though. So that's one positive thing. Oh, that's like a real rolly. We are gaining daylight. So it's happening. We're going to have some. Come March, we'll have 12-hour days. A key to a car. Ooh. So I've got this little. I wish it would show up better. You can see some of it. Right here, there's little specks of gold. There's one right there, and a couple right there. Tell you what, if I wasn't doing this on my phone and on the actual camera live, I bet it would turn out better. But I didn't want to take the time to set all that up. I just wanted a casual evening answering questions, if anyone has any. I need to go to Wisconsin again and do it. Last time I was in Wisconsin was 2022, after I was on the show Gold Rush Whitewater. And a former employer had a truck and trailer he wanted brought up and asked if I would do it since I wasn't working, and I was like, yeah, why not? And by the time I got to the Saskatchewan, and the temperatures just kept going down, down, down as I drove north. And by Watson Lake, it was the thermostat, the display, I should say, on the truck only went down to negative 40. And some of the locals were saying their thermometers were showing negative 58, negative 57. And I was like, well, if I shut this truck off, I'm going to have problems. So I literally took naps in there, close in proximity to fuel stations, and basically napped and drove the whole way. It was an obnoxious drive. Glad you were young when you lived in Vegas. And I've driven the Alaska Highway over 40, almost 50. I've kind of lost count. We got ourselves a little course runaway piece right here. Couple little finds right here. I know they don't show up very well for you. I remember when I was younger thinking about moving to Vegas just because of the real estate market, the business and stuff. And I was glad I didn't, because 2008 would have been a really rough time then for soothing sound. Good night, Curtis. Thanks for stopping in. There was one hidden in that black sand. Gotta get it before it catches a current. I'm kind of scanning it over. I think I see a micro right here. As a locksmith? Oh, I bet. Locksmith would be a fun trade. That makes sense on your other username. I think locksmith would be a fun one. It probably gets a little repetitive, but so does welding. Oh, I already see something. I better not feed so much. Even you can see those. I bet that was the bottom of a pan or something. Yeah, another prospecting friend of mine, he does like safes and locks for that sort, which is actually pretty neat. It was cool watching one of his videos of the dial. Like, I guess it's a brute force is what you call it. Kind of like when people try to get passwords, brute force or whatever, where it goes through all the combinations by a gear system. It was pretty cool. Started at 5. Wow. So you can see we got probably 10 nice little colors there. Drawing a blank on where this would have came from. It all kind of just gets thrown in the mix. The big stuff comes out, you celebrate the big stuff. The small stuff is for winter, like right now. You started at 2. I love the river at 2. I remember the first time we went to a river and I was able to walk around. I don't remember what any of the adults were saying. I didn't know any of that stuff. I just knew of the water. I loved it. I went towards it and they said I jumped in, apparently. I don't remember jumping in, but well, that was a nice little scoop. Looks like there's a couple more on the leading edge here. Oh, the Dave above you is talking about being a locksmith. It's funny what some things you can remember when you were super young, and then some things just like you don't remember anything. Oh, I see another one there and another one there. Oh, shoot. This, shit. Sorry. Okay. Well, this must have been I mean, these are concentrates. So, that thing must have been shook around. And, the top, I was like, we're going for micros, and now I'm getting this. Which is fine. Totally fine. I'm happy with that. I shouldn't have poured so much, dang it. That's okay, I have time. I can rework it. I did not know I had this much in here. Okay. That is a good surprise. So all right up in here, you can see, I bet, hopefully there's the rest of that is like that. So I'm just kind of keeping that up here as the black sands roll away. Trying to keep it all up high and not rolling down. Hey, good humor is always good there, David, if you're still in here. I love a good humor, like playing along with something like that. Well, Miller tables aren't my favorite because of how slow they are. I do have to say they get the gold really clean, like you definitely can get it down from the black sands. It's actually really cool. I kind of need to turn this water down a little bit, because if it's slipping like that, there's one getting away right there. Yeah. I'm going to slow this water down a little bit before I start using that stuff. There we go. Whoa. I need to get my big brush. Get your booty up there. Get your little nugget. Alright. Try just to keep that. I actually might use this little sweeper hole. Oh, I just had one slip down. Ah. Oh, I saved one from the end. So in this hole, there's a little vial that'll catch some of these. These are big enough that I can control them with the brush. The super micros, you see a little ripple in the water there from the brush. The super micros just don't work that well doing that, so. I might have this set too steep. Maybe I need to bring it up a little bit. This is all Where's my snuffer? My stuffer's over there. I'm trying not to. The super micros didn't catch the water as much. And then I suddenly got this more coarse material. So I just raised it up a little bit so it still will move, but I'm learning this tool as I go. I probably did lose a few. I wouldn't doubt that. I've had ones where you couldn't make the gold move. I'm just sweeping some of these high ones into the hole. That's lead. Just keep that lead up there. This was a lot more of a surprise scoop than I expected. It's nice. I was expecting one or two and some micros, not like 20 or 30 or whatever it was. It had to have been an end to pan. I bet the next one will be minimal. I got that ornery one. I'm gonna suck that up. Looks like when I did whatever I did to the thing, I brought it out of level. Try adjusting this a little bit more. I need to raise this back end up a little bit. I don't know where I set my little torpedo level, but it's alright. I can always rework this. What I'm using for leveling, I'm just seeing how this water's cascading. So it was flowing all to here. Now it's back to the center. Trying to do this right. Move my tripod back to where I had it so I don't kick it around. There we go. Sorry if I made you seasick. You see a nice little patch of gold right there. Those are some match head size flakes I added to show bigger pieces in contrast to what I'm trying to catch. This stuff will be going with this. I need to clean this up more too, but that's going to go with this. That's that super flat stuff. Trying to see. Oh, oops. There I go, kicking the tripod. Here's another vial. This is my picker vial. That other one was my flake vial. I called it my picker vial, but so these are the decent flakes that these came from. This is the pickers. That's some of the fines from the beach and the glacier stuff from the river. The really, really washed stuff in the moraine. And then this jar is from this summer's random trips. I should have filmed more of them. So that's about 300, more than that. More than that. I'm not sure that, I mean, you see. This is probably 3, it may just be, it's probably just under 2 grams. This is probably just under 2 grams. Oops. That's the bottle I was keeping it in. So, I mean, yeah, it might be more than that. You can see. Check my finger. Nope. Okay. I keep these pickers separated. This one's like a small nugget, but I keep these separated because these are from Porcupine Creek near Big Nugget Mine, where Parker started mining with his grandpa. This is from right upstream of that. This is from McKinley Creek. If you ever watched the episode of Gold Rush Whitewater where they have drop nuggets, that's this one. Yes, there's definitely different qualities of gold. I will show you This is like 98% pure. This is from Georgia. There's only a select few places in the world where gold is that pure. Australia being one of them, and parts of Georgia being one of them. This was actually a gift from a friend who came up to visit from Georgia. He came up to Alaska, he wanted to meet, and then he gave me this. So I keep it separate. I didn't find this. I like to be transparent about things, but yeah, so some gold is worth more than others. I've kind of got, I'm very disorganized and I have a mess. Do you go out looking for it? Yes, I do. I love to go out looking for it. That's why we want to get ourselves a Class B Sprinter camper van built so that we can travel to all these places, meet different groups. I try to be as kind of a philanthropist with the gold. So we had this one fellow, and all I asked him for was pictures. So I had put in these baggies 3 flakes of gold in each baggie, and I wanted him to add it to sand because I wasn't going to ship sand from Alaska. And when I sent it there, I asked him just general pictures, backdrop. I won't share the pictures of the kids with anyone. I just want to see them doing it for my own satisfaction. Never heard a word, never heard anything. Probably gave that group, I don't know if he did it or not, but I never got word on if the kids ever used it. How pure is your gold? It varies. So Alaska's got a wide range. This is probably 83. This is a mix of Oregon and Alaska. That's probably like 83, 85. There might be some pieces of 78%. This finer stuff here is probably closer to 87, 87 or so. Because a lot of it has had the impurities kind of crushed out of it. You still have copper, silver, all that kind of stuff in there, but you're an online gold farmer? Nice. Yeah, moderate. Yeah, regardless of purity. It's when you go to sell it to like an assay or a legit big buyer that the price will vary. Gotta switch hands. Yeah, saving the gold up it works pretty well. I wish, so my best time was when I dredged in California, and I did 100 ounces one summer, but the gold was only 280 an ounce. I was living in my car, and everything that I was getting, I basically had to sell to survive on. Buy more ramen, buy more beans, buy more gas, buy more everything. And luckily, the one pawn shop, I think the girl at the counter liked me, so I was able to get a pretty good rate for quick cash, which I don't think they offered to the others in the area. So it worked into my favor, but there we go. Now I've sucked all that little gold up. Hey, modern day. Now we're going to bring this all up, see if anything slid down. Spread it about. Wow, I've almost been on here for an hour. That's awesome. It happens just like that. Alright, I see a few more right in there. I'm just kind of backing the water up, making myself a ridge line of the sand. I'll let it roll down. Empty the stickies out of there. Okay. This paintbrush is like perfect. I saw it had a hook on it. I'm like, that's perfect to hang right there for brushing. That's a lot. Yeah, I did 100 ounces that summer. It was, and it all happened right at the very end. The it So I had worked. I was getting like maybe a gram a day in some good spots, and most miners don't measure in grams unless you're like Canadian or whatever. But that's what the gold chart prices always show is price per gram, kilo, and then ounce. You'll see some charts show penny weights. But the reason I did it by gram was because, well, there's 31.1 grams to an ounce. And being that some months have the summer months, July and August, when it's the most time to get mining, they have 31 days. So if I did a gram a day, I was going to be close to an ounce a month. If I did 2 grams, 2 ounces, so forth. And so that worked in my favor for the counting process by measuring my gold in grams. And if I was doing a gram a day and it was a shorter month, I'd be just shy of an ounce, but that's how I would do. That's how I do it. Is it still possible? Absolutely. It's more difficult these days because almost everyone wants to get into it now. Being the price is what it is, a lot more people are finding it more rewarding. Because it used to be you get this little bit of gold, this would be only a couple $100. Now this, I believe, is close to 2,000 here, if not a little more. Could be more than 2,000. We don't know. I'd have to weigh it. But when you have this, when it's worth so much more, it's a lot harder to get in places. But it's absolutely still doable. I still go out, even if I'm in a place I don't have any claims or friends with claims or agreements to work. There's plenty of public areas, as long as you live in the right zone. Depending on where you live, it's not going to be the easiest. So what area are you from, Chef? That would be the first thing I'd ask. What area are you from? And we can go from there on the possibilities. I've been to 49 states. The last state I have to go is Maine. They very well could handle with the way it's going. It's really a possibility. Like I never imagined it would be this high. Back in early 23, I did a video on the Double T platform saying, "Do you see this? Do you see this? Look." And gold had just crossed $2,000 an ounce, which was crazy. And now it's already gone double that. All right, I'm starting to see some really fine micros here. We've got our medium flakes, my showpieces. Yeah, and I would be curious as to how much silver I have in all this black sand. Because I know there's got to be some in this. Because I find all the lead. Lead and silver are pretty close in their geology and their weights and stuff. So I might have to just go ahead and save everything and run it again to see if I get more silver. Because I used to collect the silver coins and everything, and I have them somewhere. So they're somewhere. It's what I had these for, were the little dimes I'd collect at the grocery stores or coin rolls. Until I figured out that a vial with pickers fits perfect in there. Oh, a crucible? Like this one? My graphite one? I've got a furnace right over here that I still need to set up and break in, but I haven't done that yet. I was hoping to take my super powder stuff, my little fines, and make them into a little bar. Yeah, I ended up getting the Devil Forge furnace. I saw, what was that guy? He always does metal melting on YouTube. Big Stack, I think. Big Stack D or something. Always does the, like, aluminum or copper or any of those. And starts to just melts it into little random ingots or coin-shaped things. And then next thing you know, alright, I got one right here. I'm just gonna, if they're of decent size, I just sweep them in the hole. If they're smaller and they'll float away, or I'm getting carried away, I'll use the snuffer. I got one right there. It's kind of got, instead of being pounded flat, it's like rolled and likes to carry itself away. Alright, I'm gonna bring this up one more time, and then if I don't see squat in there, I'm gonna let it all go down. And we'll get some more in here. That's just a yellow rock. Actually, it's pyrite. That one, yeah. It's kind of got a square look to it. That's a cube of pyrite. Alright. I'm tired of that. Looking at that same sand. Let's get some new stuff. Okay. We swept it in there. Sucked it up in the snuffer if need. A blasting license? You don't need a blast. You can get good stuff depending on where you're at. I should have wet this stuff beforehand. Now I'm trying to... Some of it probably floated away, but oh well. I don't want to get it all wet and soggy and then have it drying. Oh, there's lead. That's lead. There's... Oh, that's a wire from the one beach by Gold Beach. So Gold Beach, Oregon is really a unique area where you can get gold right on the beach. You go to GPA sites sometimes. I used to go there a lot more. The whole reason I started prospecting back in the day was because Buzzard Massey had that. It used to be on TNN in the 90s, the Nashville network, before it changed over to Spike TV or whatever it is now. And you would see Prospecting in America, Gold Fever. You'd see Perry Massey doing his little thing, Tom Massey doing his. And in the earlier 90s, before he passed, George Buzzard Massey. I used to go to the GPA site up by Vancouver, Washington, Copper Creek. I'd go to the one out near Quartzville, their extension of the public area there. Well, shoot. I guess maybe that was just a... There's that lead. How weird. One scoop can... There's one. One scoop can be loaded and one cannot. So it all depends on how I dump it in there. And really, I get my sluice cons, I classify them down, and then they go in buckets for the winter. So I don't really have an organization for that. I just... Winter is when I have the time to do it. I don't have a shaker table. I'd have to clean up and make room. I'd love to have a shaker table, though. A shaker table would be awesome. If I would have ran this through a shaker table, it'd probably be done. I've looked at getting a RP4 or different ones, but it just, I don't know. I've just never done it. That's pyrite. Where is it? It moves like pyrite. But I've had really flat gold do that too. Oh, Carl, you got a shaker table? Nice. I saw this guy did a DIY shaker table. Does it? Oh, it broke apart. That's pyrite. Be gone, pyrite. I think a shaker table would be nice. I've used the action wave tables. That was pretty cool. It's like a super tap of the pan, where it's like, and it does that. That was pretty cool. Well, shoot, this one looks like a bust. I don't even see macros. All right, let it go. Let's get something else. Hey, you know, sometimes that stuff works just fine. Forgot to bring my coffee in here, but I probably shouldn't be having coffee at 8 p.m. Yep. I'm Justin, Alaska Gold Hunter. Sulking in my winter blues with a very slow miller table. Where's this material from? That I can't answer. It could be from nearby, like Hatcher Pass. It could be, some of this would be what I packed up from my Oregon trips, or my California trip, or my Idaho, Nevada trip. I've done quite a few. Is that another one of those pyrites? Oh, there's another place, Colorado. Yes, there's actually some really good places in Colorado. And there's local clubs. GPAA has some claims there, and I've been researching more about it. What area of Colorado? Or are you just like in general Colorado? Because I've been to quite a few places in Colorado now. So if you're in the Denver area, Arapahoe Bar, you can get little tiny flakes. You can get tiny bits of gold. And there's also Clear Creek. Is that still there? Because I don't remember there still being a LDMA site in Colorado. It could be. I could be wrong. I know like a couple of them. Scott Bar is closed because of the fire that came through. Open this water up a little bit. Get a little more flow going. I had to slow it down when I had so much in here. So I went to Fair Play. Now, if you get the book, Finding Gold in Colorado by Kevin Single, that's a really good source. He put in his time and work and has all sorts of areas that are public lands, like public places that are restricted from being claimed, whether they are DOT property. He has the criteria of what you're allowed and not allowed to do on those properties. And that's a really good start. Like, there's pull-offs on the highway where you'd be like, I don't know, could this be claimed? And then you've got the mile marker and the pull-out, and you find out it's DOT property where it's totally doable. You just can't use machinery or things like that. I went to Cache Creek as well this summer. I wanted to spend longer there. My problem was I showed up during the Leadville 100 when they do this big mountain bike race. And that turned into we got there the night before. My son and I got there the night before. We were kind of doing the switching back and forth. I would go prospecting, and then we'd go look for Pokemon stuff because he was trying to build a collection, and he was playing Pokemon Go while we drove. And then, so we had this little like exchange thing going, and we were going to Colorado for the Shaw Classic, Strongest Man on Earth. We've been to that every single year that has been open to the public because we're big strongman guys that compete and do things like that. I can't say we're big when you're talking about Brian Shaw because I'm definitely not as big as Brian Shaw, but we're big fans of it. We support the strongman community as much as possible too. It helps being strong when using when you need to move a rock. You got to move this one big rock, and you can't get away with using an electric winch because they count it as a motor, despite it's not. Yeah. So there's another little one. So went to Cache Creek, and one of the guys was actually camped out there for a good bit, and he was doing really well. He actually people could pay him to show them out there, and he could guide them on what to look for at Cache Creek. I didn't know that's what he was out there for, but it was pretty cool. Showed me some of his stuff he's gotten from there, which was actually pretty incredible. And Fair Play was nice. Fair Play was a good little bit there. Scottish games, so funny story. We had a day off to resupply while we were filming Gold Rush Whitewater. So Dustin, all of us, we went back. It was like towards the the Southeast Alaska State Fair. And then when I got that bunch of gold at that one time, it was I need just a little more drop. The water is glassy smooth, but I just need, I don't know. He missed a spot. Yep. Sure did, AAA. Well, Life of a Gold Prospector. Just trying to get this fine-tuned. I get it, like, I panic adjusted earlier when one of my scoops was loaded with more gold than I expected. And I leveled it up because it was all coarse and starting to roll. But back to Robert, the Highland game things. So they actually had a little Highland game thing going there. I was like, oh, this would be perfect. I could show up because everyone in town knew what I was there for. I wasn't allowed to disclose it to the public, but the locals all knew. They knew, like, oh, who's this new guy in town? Because in Haines, everybody knows, like, they're familiar with everybody. You're either a tourist, and if they see you more than twice and it's been over a week, they know you're probably there for something else or moving into the town. And I wanted to do that. So it's not Alaskan Assassin Adventures. That's AAA Rockhound, also known as Life of a Gold Prospector. He'll be at the Monroe Show in February. I might be. It all depends on my work schedule. Hope it'd be nice if I wasn't able to go in a way, because then that means I'm working and I'm getting closer to getting my camper van. I've got a metallic blue Sprinter van on order. It's supposed to be getting here March, April, not to Alaska, but to where I'm having the builder do their stuff. There's another piece right there. That's one of those rollers. Reminds me of school. Fold your paper, hot dog or hamburger. That's a hot dog. That's a hot dog little piece. Likes to roll on its side. There's another little one. Right. Yep. That's the goal. See, we rented. So we had the idea first. I mainly did. My wife was thinking, oh, that'd be too small. That wouldn't be comfortable. I'm like, we're not going to have kids with us. We're not going to have others with us. It's just going to be our space. I'm going to be outside a lot digging, and we'll dodge the weather. We'll enjoy our trips. And so I've just been working a whole bunch extra. And so we rented the first one. We rented it out of LA. And then that was when I went to East Fork San Gabriel River in California, where some of this might be from. That's where I did California versus Alaska short video. I should have recorded a full video, but I just didn't think about YouTube as much then. I was more in the short form, get it done, do it. And that worked out well. What sold me partially too was when we went to Monterey Bay, and some of the people there had full-on monstrosity of motorhomes, travel trailers, everything. Well, they're driving in circles up and down the street, having family stand-in spots, trying to block up the long areas where trailers can park, while we could go pay the whatever hourly or daily rate it was, pull into the spot, park, we were good. And since we paid for our time, we actually took a little time to relax before driving again. And there's that stubborn little piece right there. I'm gonna get you pushed into that hole. And just to know the ease of how it was to get where we wanted, park, enjoy the sights, and then just get out of there. There was no calamity, no special booking, we ended up driving up over towards Gilroy, up over to Los Baños, and then the next day we had gone to Mariposa, to the California Mineral and Mining Museum. And they have that really cool nugget inside, but they were like, no filming inside. I'm like, why not? I mean, is it because you just don't want people to see it without paying or something? Like, what is your security? Security, okay. That was their excuse, was security. And then we went up. I went to Coloma, to the actual origination site, Marshall site, where it basically started the California Gold Rush. Go to wool growers, huh? Yeah, we went to Mariposa, which is near where Gold Bay Dave is located, out there where he does his digging. Hopefully I can go back over there again and say hi to him. That'd be cool. Talk to Dave. Shoot, we used to talk in the Gold Bay chat 20 plus years ago. Shoot, 25 years ago. It's insane to think how time's been flying. Alright, I'm not seeing diddly squat. And I say that and there's a micro, but I can get that with my snuffer. If I'm ever in Wisconsin, well, we plan on it. we're planning on, so I want to do kind of a all around kind of, I eventually want to get to Maine. Maine is the last state. And then I was talking, like, we'll end up going over towards Nova Scotia, Prince Edward Island, just drive the bridge over to the island, check out some more there. We want to cover some areas. And then I want to do a really good coverage of the Alaska Highway. The last time I dug in Wisconsin, shoot, was 2002? No, 2002, during the road trip and stuff. Yeah, I did a 22,000 mile road trip. 22,000 mile road trip. I'm just gonna put that there and I'll spread it out. So this is what I'm scooping from. I've got about 1 quart of cons. I panned about half of it. And so I'm just scooping out of that. See, I don't remember if I was in Nugget Lake. I panned this one creek. It was almost to the Minnesota border. So if you come off the interstate there, you go kind of north. Was it Plum Creek? I'm drawing a blank because it was so long ago. Somewhere right there. Someone in the area who I talked to on an online forum has suggested it to me. And so I went there and got basically little bits like this. Not like this, like this. Oh, most of your videos are from there. Okay, that makes sense. If only YouTube were around when I was doing that trip. Who knows what I could have... Oh, there's some more right there. Right, nothing over here, but I dumped it and there's like a little cluster right here. Yeah. There was lots of little bits, which was actually kind of cool. Like, you just don't think that place would have it, and then there it is. Like, wow, really? It was actually easier than some Oregon rivers to get the color there. And it wasn't a lot. It didn't add up to much. Now, if I went out as often as Flower Gold Wizard, maybe something would be different, but... Alright, I think I got the load of hot material right up here. Just kind of spreading it out and pushing it up there as I see. If I see something come through this black sand, right there's one. Trying to keep all those colors up in that sand, and then I'll keep a barrier right here for it to be a stopper as I spread that out. Oh, there's one right there. Huh. That's an interesting concept. It's amazing how in our lifetimes, or even in our modern history, none of these super duper crazy things have really like happened that we see per the geology. So right there's one. I'll just sweep that on over. It's just interesting to me to see. Can gold be found in Home Depot play sand? Yes, it can. But it depends on where you are, because it's dependent upon the host area the gold is, and where the sand is taken from. So, in my case, in Alaska, yes, our sands all over have glacial remnants. Hey, Redskin Garage. In Oregon, if you get the sand from Ross Island, yes, it has gold in it because of all the feeder creeks from the Bohemia mining district, the Quartzville mining district, all those. So it depends on where the sand comes from, whether it'll have decent or noticeable gold in it. A lot of Washington has it because it comes from various gravel washes from the rivers that come from host gold material areas. A lot of the sand is also used from the Columbia River in the Northwest, where they dredge the channel out to keep the shipping ways clear. A lot of that sand gets put on barges and then processed and sent out. And the Columbia River sands are good. Colorado, I would say yes. If you're in maybe not quite the Colorado Springs area, it's possible. So Colorado Springs, probably. I know there's sand that comes from up, not quite to Crippled by Pikes, but I know some of the sand in that area is sourced off the river there, so it's definitely possible from Colorado Springs. And from the Denver area, there were where they do the Platte River. They did some modification of the Platte River in certain neighborhoods. They would open it up to absorb floodwaters. But if it comes from Loveland, probably not. There's a pit there out near Loveland by the P River there. I forget what it's called. It has some. Broomfield. Okay, so you're on the northern end of the Denver area. Yeah, it's possible. It's definitely possible. Because all the foothill is erosion and flow down from the Rockies. The Platte wandered all over there. I forget, there's the river that goes by, got done with Panda. Well, thanks for being here, Robert. I appreciate you. I hope you have a good night. It's probably always a good night there. Broomfield. Yeah, I would say you'd be able to get it. You were wrong about LDMA in Colorado. Yeah, North Carolina has, what is it, Vane Mountain? South Carolina has that mountain one. It's close to the Georgia border. Georgia has it. Yeah, California has Duesenberg, or what is it, Randsburg. It's in the desert area. And then I don't think Italian Bar is. There's I don't think Italian Bar is a LDMA, but then there's Scott River, and Scott's not technically closed, but it's not like abandoned or shut down, but it's just out of service because of the wildfire. They haven't rebuilt. They haven't redone their facilities. So a person can still go there and mine if they are a proper member with the rights to, but the fire swept through and ruined the facilities they had. Okay, Italian Bar is listed as well. I remember the LDMA head, I forget his name, and then Kevin Hoagland. They were doing a dual stream, live stream with people, and I was actually, it was on Flash in Your Pan, and I actually won the LDMA outing trip thing, and I never heard anything of it from him. Not that it was a big deal, I just was like, oh, never heard a thing about it. Never got any contact or like how, because I would have scheduled it. I mean, I can still I can work one of those outings to go. I don't know if he realized who I was. Like, shoot, I'll make it. I'll publicize it. I'm no Dan Hurd, but I've been on TV before. Duesenberg. Okay, yeah, the Duesenberg is down by Randsburg, California. I actually went to that one. They had the hopper with the dry washer thing, and they were doing a big old dry wash. And I stopped in on my road trip to visit, and I wasn't really doing any mining. And they're like, "Get in here, get in here." They did. It was before much of the internet memberships. It was all printed, mail in. Still, the internet was around, but it wasn't as essential as it is now. And so they're like, "Oh, we don't care. We know who you are. You're just a kid." So it used to be, I used to talk in, it was Tom Ashworth's Prospecting Cache, where they'd have the, Tom used to sell equipment out of Newberg, Oregon. And then there was also the Gold Dredger Forum, where Leonard ran that. And those have since kind of faded away with, like, the forums were great, and then Facebook did their groups, which basically, unless it was a special risque group, killed it knocked out the forums and message boards. And then Reddit came along, and now that's where, like, a lot of those go on, but they get trolled so heavy it's hard to do much serious in those. Is Tom Massey still around? Yeah, he's still around, but he's just not really doing much with the GPAA. He's just yeah, Juno. I remember that one. I had to use that, and then I wanted to get a second phone line at the house so that I could actually use the internet when I wanted to, because I was actually talking on Gold Bay back when in the chat rooms too. And Dave Verbioff, he was really knowledgeable in the gold stuff then too. And he had started Gold Bay because people were doing the fake nuggets or scaled up nuggets where they'd zoom in on something like this. And they show this is 4 millimeters across. Well, when it's so big, they're thinking it's a 1/4 inch. It's 4/16. No, it's tinier than that. It's millimeters. And people would get ripped off left and right. And then the sellers would just change their VPN and do a new name and everything else and dial up a new number, and nobody know the wiser. It's that big brush of Worcester. Yes, it is. I only got this one because it has that hook, so I can just hook it right there. I thought it was like perfect. I got to the Home Depot last night. Oh, there's my extra light. I was like, oh, that'd be perfect. I could just hang it right there and just do that. And it's a quality brand, so I know it won't. I have this one too. This is a generic. It's, yeah, see. But I got that one. I was like, I like that one. And then I got the cheapos where the bristles come out and then float down and clog your pump if you use them too much. I don't know what this one is. But yeah, Tom Massey's still around. I actually, was it 4 years ago, saw him going through Anchorage, Ted Stevens International. I said, "Hi, Tom," and he looked at me funny, and that was it. I was just like, I don't need a bug guy. Would have been cool. That was a nice little pile from that scoop, and it's super clean. I love that. Although it's taken so much time. Now, That's why I save my cons for this wintertime stuff, so I feel like I'm getting some gold. The stuff that was in my cons that I just didn't pan out. And now that's all in that hole. Yes. I like it. Oh, ICQ. I remember that too. Oh, what was that one? That 3 messenger one? Shoot, I can't remember the name of it. It was one where you could be on AOL, Yahoo, and Microsoft Messenger all at once. Oh yeah, before the gold turned into thousands of dollars an ounce. Find the real, true love of prospecting people. I know a lot of people have been doing it for a long time and before the gold spiked. But there's so many newcomers that are like, oh, I'm going to get rich. I'm like, good luck. It's easier now than it was back then, but yeah. You can have some good times for sure. You can hit some good pockets, but to do that on a regular basis, not quite. Alright, I got some super micros that bounce around. I can't remember. It started with a T. And that was when I was learning HTML coding, trying to make my own websites. It's like HTML was just created and somehow it's already obsolete. And again, obsolete. Oops. I got like 3 micros going that way. If this were a day at the river, I'd say let them grow. But this isn't a day at the river. This is a day in the garage. Well, technically at night, but night started at like 5. Get this up here. I know it'll come to me sometime, unless I was to look it up right now, but it started with the messenger, the app started with a T. Oh, there it is. Whoop, there it is. That little piece right there is getting pushed into the hole. See ya. There. Oh, look at that. Look at that. Look at what I sweat now. Here's a little show. My biggest piece. You see where the shape of the quartz that it was hosted in is still kind of there, but it's pounded smooth on that side. Well, it's almost 9 o'clock. Dang. Just like that. And I've gone through maybe 6 scoops of material for a tiny bit of gold. What a night. Jason's Milk? You talking about the Flower Gold Wizard Jason, or Mount Baker Mining Metal Jason, or any good spots near Idaho Springs, Colorado? Actually, there is a spot along There's a spot along the off the interstate. There's a DOT pole by Idaho Springs. Um, it's in the Finding Gold in Colorado book. Um, trying to remember what. So it's like just before you get to town. There's a before Idaho Springs. There's a pull off. That's a DOT site, and it's restricted on the equipment used, but it works pretty well. It's a decent little spot. Okay, that one would actually be pretty nice. He has that like texture. So I have another. Um, I guess I need to raise it up more. So here's my old one. It's just worn away and doesn't do it much. It has that kind of chalkboard texture, that slate. Oops, I'm gonna pull my cord. This was by a guy that made a lot of people mad back when. From Alberta. Apparently made equipment that he didn't properly or didn't actually. People would buy equipment and they didn't get it, and that created a whole fiasco. Yeah, I got my. I probably could run this through the Gold Buddy. Wherever I have that sitting, the little bigger one, the little bigger version than you have. I actually have that sitting around here too, somewhere. I'm just gonna add. Oh, there's lead. Yeah, I saw Jason use his, and that was actually pretty nice. That narrow design, and you just like let it do its thing and then sweep it all down into the pan. I guess I could do that kind of with this if I did that. Since you mentioned that, I'm wondering what I did with my little buddy one. I've never, so it's a pretty poor excuse, but we had an earthquake back in 2018, and my garage turned into a mess. And part of it, I haven't even bothered cleaning. Like, and then we had a boiler, our boiler having problems. Our pressure tank needed fixed. My garage is such a mess and disorganized. It's just what I deal with. And then by the time I get home from working a crazy summer, and it used to be the other way around where I would be working all summer and have winters off because work would slow down because the ground would be frozen. Now it's kind of backwards because my work relies upon ice roads, which makes it busy in the winter and slower in the summer. So I've got the job. I've got a job in the position kind of deal I finally wanted, where I'm busy in the winter, but it's a toss-up. Hopefully the summer isn't quite as busy, and I can enjoy that van when it's built. It's supposed to be finished in July or August. Hopefully before then, but I'd rather they take their time and build it right than to rush it. Right on. You have a good night, Carl. I know it's got to be getting late for you there since it's almost 9 in Alaska. So, is Wisconsin Eastern or Central? I know Michigan is Eastern, so no, it's got to be getting pretty late for you, 3 hours ahead of me. So, have a good night. I'll try to make it to that thing. I'm supposed to be on I'm hoping to do the podcast with Curmudgeon next weekend, this coming Sunday. So, we'll see. Can you drive a man? Yes, I can. I have a Geo Tracker that's a manual transmission. I have a Dodge D50 that's a manual. Now, put me in a big rig, that's a different story. I don't have a CDL, and, I can figure it out. I tried to teach my wife on my old truck that was a manual, and she wasn't having it much. Let's sweep that in the hole. It's one of the best anti-theft devices these days. Night, Carl. So when I sweep it around, I get these little pieces. I just push them up here so they just set. And then I just kind of... I need to adjust this. It's a slow process, but it gives me really nice clean gold. Oh, she's here. Uh-oh. But you weren't having it. You weren't having it. You did make that pickup bounce like a rodeo. Hey, Ryan. Hello from Northern California. Hello, Jax. Good to see ya. I put way too much in here. Oh, look at that little ball of lead. Probably just threw that in there just because. You're like, save it for later. Don't put it back in the river. What do you consider Northern California, Jax? Do you think that Bakersfield is Northern California, or does it kind of start by the San Fran, and where do you consider the Northern California line? That's what I'm curious of. Are you like true northern? Like Reading? Where there's no argument that that's Northern California. Bakersfield is for sure South Central. Yeah, like I always divided California in 3 parts: Southern, Central, and Northern. So like maybe just a little south of Reading and north. Red Bluff-ish or Chico maybe. And north would be Northern California. Then I'd call like the middle line above Sacramento down towards Bakersfield the Central California area. South Bakersfield would be the Southern California. Oh. Merced is the armpit. Well, people say Reading is because it's so hot. They set their all-time record, what was it, last year at 119 degrees? Endearingly. Fresno. Okay. Oh, you're in Placerville. Nice. So you're just south of the Coloma Discovery area there. Oh, thank you for that high five. I don't know what that is. Island Boy. Check out what I've been, oh, where did I do with that? Oh, it's been adding up from all the little mini trips. Remember when we were talking about just taking a 6-inch into that, into the Matanuska River? Like just hogging it? That's what all this is basically from, the Matanuska River by Palmer. Lots and lots of trips, but lots and lots of them, but. And I still have my favorite piece. It's not going anywhere. Have you managed to not freeze up out there? I know it was getting like you're at. It just said I'm live. Did it freeze on you guys or something? That was a weird little pop-up it did for me. I think a gram is definitely doable. It has that May 15th to July 15th season, and with a good size dredge out there, I think a gram is definitely doable if the recovery was good. Oh, there was a little hiccup. Okay. Where do you sell your gold? Well, I haven't sold gold for a long time, so I just kind of save and dig it, hoard it. I've given away a lot of gold to like Boy Scout groups or different charity things. I'll usually put them in like little flakes in a baggie like that, and then let them add the sand or gravels to it because it's a lot easier to ship that way. So that's typically what I would do. The last time I did it though, guy was wanting to win this pay dirt bag to have his whatever you call them, his scout troops do a little panning and get some of their own gold. So I was like, oh, that's cool. Okay, I'd love to support that. And so I baggied up about 35 bags, and with like 3 flakes in each one, because I didn't want the kids just to get 1 flake and be like, oh, whatever. And I never got any feedback, no picture, no nothing, no proof of it. That's all I asked for. Like, I wasn't going to publish pictures of the kids. I wasn't going to brag about it. But now I will complain about it because I sent it out and I never got anything that was promised to show. So he upset me. And he talks about honesty and dignity on Facebook too, which is hilarious. He's still on there. Island Boy. Are you an island boy? Where are you from? I have a friend we call Island Boy. One of my favorite coworkers. Good humor. We were just on a nasty job. Not nasty. Could have been a lot worse, but we were on a kind of a long, dreadful job doing all sorts of menial tasks. Dead horse? Are you the island boy I know? Because that would make sense. He's a proud island boy. I think I need to do one big sweep, work my way back down. I found this safe, happy flow. I probably could be running it faster, steeper, or something, but it works for me. I just don't have the fro yet. I could have the fro. I could go get it permed. I would usually do this on the double T platform. Heck, I'm even using a paintbrush. How funny. Happy little sands. Okay. You are the island boy, I know. The proud one. I haven't learned any more of your language. I tried. I need to ask you the questions on change out. You should be in bed. You're probably laying there just listening to me, huh? So we got just this little, from that scoop, a few of these little flakes. There's some micros right in here. They keep wanting to roll back. So, grab my snuffer and get those ones. You called it. That's funny. It doesn't really show up on the camera. It's so tiny. But I can see it, so I'm telling you it's right there. Got it. Just kind of tracing the rest. I'm gonna turn it this way. Open up a path to kind of spread it out. This, I will say, most of you here know it. This is not the efficient way to get your gold. It makes it really clean and free of black sand, but it is so slow. If you were able to go dig for more, you'd be better off just digging for it. But when you have nothing better to do on an Alaska winter and you don't want to shovel snow, this sure takes up the time. Most of this is hematite. I'm sure there's some silver in here, and with the price of silver the way it is, I really need to get on my game and test this stuff and see if there's actually silver present, because that'd be kind of cool if there were some ounces of silver in this too. It used to just not be worth checking for your silver. There's a little. It used to not be worth your time doing silver because it was $11 an ounce, and it would cost you that much in stuff to just get the measly silver out of it. And now, I heard it went to 80. I haven't confirmed the price myself, but well, there was a time when Network TV had good guys on there like Ryan and me. Of course, editing bamboozled a lot of that time I was on there. Making barbecue sauce. I got a little one right here. Got it. Molecular might be the next form of mining. Molecular? Elaborate more. What do you mean by molecular? Like, silver is at 84. Wow. And gold's almost to 46. Wow. You imagine, Ryan, that half ounce, that first half ounce that you found with the 3-inch dredge, how that would have done right now. You had to go in and get resupplied with that from that day that morning I sampled and said dig right here. I bet you'll get a half ounce. And then we did. That was one of my favorite moments. They sort of do that through chemistry because it forms into solution and then comes back precipitated as a smaller form. But I'm always willing to learn. And that was where you guys got that first nugget. That first decent. You guys had some nice ones from like the Kenai Peninsula where you were mining originally. But man, once you guys hit it, and then of course, I finished 3 weeks of work in North Dakota, and I'm driving back, and I've got to drop a guy off that I'm carpooling with from Washington up to Prince Rupert, so he can catch the ferry to Ketchikan. And you're calling me in the middle of Canada, driving through BC, telling me you got a new spot. Oh, I was so excited. I was like, yes, he's got something. He networked. But you're just that kind of guy. Everyone likes to talk to you. You're nice. So it ends up working out. Oh, that's too fluttering, it looks like. I think I have searched this sand out pretty good. I know there's nothing right there. Spin it out. Nope, that's not. I think there's some tungsten in the sand, which wouldn't surprise me. Tungsten is almost the same exact weight as the gold. That's why they kind of stick together so well. There's one. How often am I on? Well, I haven't been on YouTube very much. I used to go on to the Double T app and do my lives there a lot more. I built up a following there of 25,000. Or 22,500, excuse me. Dyslexia moment, switching my numbers up. And now I'm on here. I'm just kind of, it depends on my work schedule. I can't do it when I don't have internet, so. But I have the time to do it. Oh, has he not? I haven't paid attention, but I guess that makes sense why I haven't noticed. So Andythrax, huh. He must be doing really well in his operation and just doesn't want to show it, or maybe there's some other means. I'm hoping to add to this pile. So I've got a nice little, oops, I don't want to drop it. I had it all in this mini Nalgene, but I'm trying to add to this pile from all this fine stuff. And of course I naturally have cat hair, but so be it. So trying to add to this pile of gold when I get out of here. This is the fine stuff, so when I'm prospecting, I don't waste my time trying to get all this out in the field. I will pull stuff out like that. Or that. Or that. Or this. I'll pull out the big stuff, but the tiny stuff takes so much time. Do it during the winter. Do it when it's frozen. You can't be digging. It's just a better management of time. Yes, Ryan was Man vs. Gold was part of most of these. This was from Porcupine Creek, just upstream from Big Nugget Mine. Most of these were from the dredge time back in 2012. There's a few other, I've got a few more. Some more pickers. I got pieces from all sorts. This one was from the bedrock. I call it the dirty donut because it's got a hole. It's like rolled around. And that was a thin bedrock piece too. This is probably my oldest piece I have that I've kept. This was from there was a flaky kind of that bedrock that's layered like fingers, where you can like pull it apart like layers of it. And this came from a little chunk of that bedrock by the Klamath River. And I've managed to hold on to this piece for the whole time. I had to sell my other ones and such, but that one was, it took me like an hour and a half to get that one measly piece. And I've never let it go. It was so much work, it just wasn't worth letting it go. I've had bigger pieces. I've had more gold in the past. I did have to sell some. It's just the nature of things. You get hard times come, or you lose a finger, and what do you have to cover things while you're out of it? Well, this stuff. Now, if the stuff was $4,000 an ounce when that happened, that would have been great. Well, it wouldn't have been great to lose a finger, but it would have been a lot more helpful in the hardship to get more out of the gold then, but it's what it is. Gold with memory is just like the only way it would go is if there's something catastrophic. There'd be no I've got every single charactered piece. There's that one auction. I think that's about it. I gotta snuffer up a few on the edge, then we'll scoop some more in there. Oh, these sands are in my tub. I'll probably run them again some other time, maybe on a shaker, or figure out how to test them for silver. Right now, I'm just separating out the obvious gold. Trying to get the gold as clean as possible. I got a little bit, someone's like, you need to clean that gold better. You probably half that gold you weighed is, well, yeah, I admitted I needed to clean it better, but a sable brush? Well, one guy was saying that the rooster was the best. I only got it because of this hook. That's the only reason I bought this one, but I guess he was proud I did. Best brush there is, I guess. I'll take somebody else that paints. I can tell you what the better welding rods are, in my opinion. All right, fresh start. I really should wet this, but whatever. I'm not lefty. Oops. Flat or bright or bristle soft. Alright. I already see a piece in that corner, so I'm going to tread a little more carefully on this now. Get the little brush for little... Oh, looks like there's some unclassifieds in here. Oh, shit, right there. I can see multiple ones that have sunk into the sand as I move them around. If I see them, I try to push them up to the top, and then I'll just try to let some of this bottom sand get the heck out of here. Easy. Hello. I'm doing good. Unless you're talking to someone else in the chat, which would totally be understandable. I'm doing what I love, separating some gold. I'd rather be digging it, but at least I have it to separate for the winter. I just gently push the gold up here as the black sands wash away and I separate it out. The only way I could be an artist with a paintbrush, moving gold. My son is the artist. I'm not. I can visualize it, but I just can't seem to get it on the paper or in the format that I want. That looks like a pyrite galena or something. All new stuff. Your coworker. I have many of those. The Easy E. Let's see, 34.59. That doesn't signify to me. Well, at work we get prime rib all the time, so it's not the greatest prime rib, but we get it a lot, so kind of make me feel like I'm at work. Oh, Ethan, yes, okay. The E should have made more sense. I should have put the E together. I was expecting a C with it somewhere. All I could think of was the original Easy E. I was going to make a joke about that, but it'd be inappropriate. I'm sure you bump it on in your Chevy, your white truck. It is a Chevy, right? Yeah, it's got to be because it still runs. Well, technically it's the third person today. I've had a guy named Sam come in here. I think I had Island Boy in here, and now I've got Ethan in here. Tell school cafeterias about that. This is turning into a good little pile up here. It's actually more than I saw. Like the other one looked so loaded, and then it was like 10 or so pieces. But yeah, your truck wouldn't be running if it was a Ford, so that's what I'm joking about. So you have, I think it's a GM or a Chevy. Did you buy more parts for it? Oh, by the way, those welds you sent me, those look really good. I'm actually pretty proud of you. You're learning how to weld in a circle really good. It's looking nice. Have you gotten any calls yet about when you come back, or Chevy all the way? I'm not too biased if it runs. I just like to poke fun at Ford owners because they're so defensive. Well, I'm sure he's doing TIG. See, that's the one I've got to work on for my pipe. I can TIG weld. If it needs to be for a pipe that's going to get x-rayed, I'm not that confident in that. I've been a pipe stick welder for a long time, but he's working to improve his skills. He was already pretty good, but now he's going to come back and be like, old man, look at what I can do. Or maybe he'll teach me this time. But I'm sure you're doing TIG, right? You got to be doing the TIG. I told you to make sure you learn that. Not even much. MIG is actually pretty easy. It's all about the settings and understanding your settings to speed. That's what'll get you. That's what'll get your MIG isn't that hard, and you got to push and work it. It's like it. Really, if you're able to hold the tempo, you'll have that. MIG isn't that hard. Stick is the one that's like it's difficult to start because you gotta master the heat, master the position while you move and feed. And then TIG, you're doing all the above, both hands, working a cup, feeding with the left, and so each one has its fortes. I used to be pretty good at the TIG, and I would feed my rod like this through my pinky, and I'd walk it through it. I'd pinch it between these, so I'd do it like this and feed it through. But I have to relearn that because this is missing now, and so it just doesn't quite do it. But I have to run the cup part with my right because I guess I could learn to do this one. I mean, look at that welding burn. I might just be making excuses for myself, but get that TIG down because things are happening and we might need a TIG welder. And that will get you a solid in. You probably already heard, since he's from your neck of the woods, he drug up and is going to be on the big 26 as their rig guy. There's a little one right there. Just ooh, that's a little wiry piece. That doesn't help the visual much more, but there's like two little wiry pieces. And they catch the current just right. I'm just going to knock those in the hole. I need to dry them off, and then I need to dry them off. I was going to do a review of this unit. There we go. I was going to do a review of this unit and try and see any of the quirks or specs I might need to bring up about it, but it's working pretty good. It's just super slow. It's probably my settings of it, or I needed to do something to the surface a little more. There's a lot to it, and I try to give every piece of equipment I get a solid and good review of whether it works or not, or if there's any problems. Well, like I was looking for work back home and then got this opportunity and figured the 2 and 2 would be easier for him, less time away from the kiddo in a stint, plus the bump in pay, and I don't know, they probably would have been hounding me if I was on day shift, but I was on nights because I don't need supervision. So it worked out. And apparently there were talks of this individual being the boss man for our crew, which was interesting to say the least. I'm like, when I heard that, I was like, that would be something. Like, it could be okay, but I am curious how that vial's starting to look now. It's got to be looking pretty good. I was building that pile up, but sweep it in the hole. This has a little vial on the bottom. When I'm done for the evening, I'll just pull that vial off and we'll see what all I shoved in there, and then I'll dump the snuffer bottle on here and try and clean it out some more. It looks like I need to use the big brush and shape. Yes, man. We are slowly and inefficiently separating. Oh shoot, I just put a bunch of sand in the snuffer, in the tube. Oh well, it'll separate. We are inefficiently separating gold. What I am trying to do is add to this pile of gold. These are my super fines, and we're using this table here. This is what's known as a Miller table to help separate the sands. With the right slow water flow, black sands will roll away, and gold, being as dense as it is, will stick up here. So I just literally pushed some gold into this little catch pan, which is a little vial. This is how I keep my progress on finds during the winter months when the ground is just too frozen to dig in Alaska. I went on a hike, which I actually posted that video earlier today. Went hiking the riverbed area right here. See, there's a little piece right there. And there's another one behind it. So we're just kind of working this gold out of the sand pile, letting it set up there. This little one's a little round, so it likes to flow. Just slowly and ineffectively. I mean, it's effective as it works really well. It cleans the gold good, as long as you don't sweep the sand into your catch pan. But it helps to get all the little bits of gold. These are just showpieces I put in here. Nice bigger flakes and a chunk of lead. Ultimately, the better gold to have. The better gold to have are chunks like this. Those are, more gratifying to find. But I like to say, like snowflakes, they accumulate. So every little bit counts. And with enough of these little flakes at $4,000 an ounce, 4,500 plus an ounce actually, it'll add up. Okay. All right. Have a good night, Ethan. Thanks for stopping in. And do your best. Well, I know you will. All right. Oh, shoot. I think I did a boo-boo. Let's put this here. This is stuff I've been pulling up from now they're still trying to put this in here to clean it out a little more. Can't believe I've already been in here on this for 2.5 hours. Just like that. It peaked at 4,600. Wow. So right here, that is mercury. Let me I think this is the California stuff. Funny, I couldn't even get the gold to stick to the mercury because it was so dirty before in the video I did about mercury. And now, I got a little ball of mercury in here. Pop this off. See if I can get the focus better close up. Right there. A little ball of mercury. There's those flakes that have been sitting there. There's what we sucked up in the snuffer bottle so far. The rest of it been sweeping into the hole. And here is all the sand we just mix around, and there's a flake. But yeah, I got a lovely little ball of mercury that's going to have to get processed. Lovely. I'm almost certain that came from Bear River, California. It happens. Okay. Sound check. Did it come back? Sounds good. All right. Well, my battery died, and so I'm using my smart charger here. Hopefully it keeps up with the demand. I got my cable that actually is rated for it. My phone is at 8% now. So apparently this charger wasn't cutting it. That was crazy. It goes, "You want to resume where you left off?" I'm like, "Yeah, sure." So right here is that obnoxious little ball of mercury. And it's actually holding on to some of the gold. There's a little piece coated in it, so we gotta put that to the side. I was in such a, like, what happened? And next thing you know, I see AT&T, and then it goes bye-bye. I'm like, what? I've been plugged in the whole time. There's our little line of gold from that snuffer reclean. That is, that one's got mercury on it too. We're gonna have to isolate this gold. Yep. And that will end up getting added to this. It probably did. It's all part of the mining process. You get gold in certain areas, and next thing you know, you've got something in there. That stuff's been sitting in that sand this whole time. So it's gonna have to get retorted and separated off, and I mean, I might as well put it with the rest, right? And that'll just be another video when I get a new retort. See how that rolls? Where did it roll to? Oh, it's over here. It's like a little ball bearing. There we go. We'll just put that in there. What we're gonna do about it? It'll just have to get, I'm sure more of this gold has mercury on it, so the drying process will not be one in here tonight. don't really want to put a respirator on and turn the air sucker on and do all that. It'll just get all put together because I'm sure it all needs to be cleaned. Yeah. So even in the winter, it's hard to even use a magnifying glass to make things work that way. But that's just how it is. Sometimes you get mercury, sometimes you don't. But since I worked in the California area where it happens, I'm sure mixing that in here. That's one reason I should technically separate all the cons I get, because if these cons were from a different river, it would have been it's because of the position on the horizon. So it hovers over the low horizon to our south, and in some places, some mountains you won't see the sun all day, just because it's so low to the south. There's a little ball of mercury right there. Itty bitty little one. Get that in there. I'd rather trap that mercury on the gold and then recover it safely later than to have it mix in. Yep. Just getting all that swept away into there. Alright. In the summer, we still don't get as much direct sunlight, but sunburn's definitely still possible. Shoot, there's more right there. That's a flake. Or is that a flake? That might just be... No, I think that's just a silvery pyrite. Okay. The only time I get excited for mercury is if I find a bunch of it in nature, because then I know it probably captured gold with it. Now finding it later and it's not loaded with gold, it's just annoying. The atmosphere sort of acts like a lens in a way too. So then it fractionals it. It looks like the way the sunset, sunrise, sunset does. It'll do that all day, especially the further north you get towards Fairbanks. For those that stuck around and kept the live alive while my phone died, thanks for hanging out. I was expecting to come back and have to restart it and have nothing going on, but apparently you guys staying in here kept it going, so I didn't have to restart. No, you have a very valid point there, because like the constellations, when we travel south, I like, you know where the North Star is, and in Hawaii we sort of saw it. Like the North Star is so Polaris, is so far over the horizon, like almost due on the like you look. So we were in Kahului, and we're looking up the north shore there, No light, obviously, out towards the ocean there. You still had the light pollution of Kahului. But looking straight due north, there's Polaris, and it's so low on the horizon. And when we get home, it's way up in the sky overhead. So, yeah, for us, let's see. If I were to step outside right now, it'd probably be about 45 degrees. I'm not too positive on that. I mean, I could set a speed square up and figure out my angle and do the math for the angle, but I do want to go, especially Robert, you talking about Hawaii all the time in the chats and such. I want to go back to Maui and actually enjoy Maui. Last time we were there, it was too much family. Too much family and friends. Oh, there's another little tiny bead of mercury right there. Just an itty bitty one. I wonder if I can... Oh, it doesn't show up. But there's two dots at the end of the brush. The left one is a little silvery bead of mercury. Oh, there. It just rolled away. And all it was doing was hiding in the sand. That means I gotta take care of all the sand too. There's that little... Don't go away. The current, it creates a little eddy current in front of the brush. I'm trying to keep it locked in the hairs, and then I lose it again. There. Now it's down the hole. Southern Cross. I didn't pay attention to that one. I don't know the constellations as well as I should. I just know the Big Dipper in north. And then, and then I know, I can recognize like Orion, but that's usually lower to the south for us. And we got mountains to the south, so we don't typically see Orion unless we get out to a unique area. And those mountains are like 10,000 feet, depending on where you're at. If you're looking towards the southeast, it's Mount Good's 10,000 feet, but a good 20 miles away. And then the other ones are 6,000, 5,000 towards Lake Eklutna and up in that area. I'm kind of going through this a little bit better because of that mercury. I don't know if there's more in here, but all the sand is going to have to be heated and processed to separate that and recapture it. But that's part of what I do. This here is mercury that's come off of gold over the times. So it's not too difficult to do. It's just not something you care to do. Like, I don't use mercury for my mining, but mercury happens. And when it happens, you just got to deal with it. So I know Hawaii doesn't do the daylight savings time. So I believe you're only 1 hour behind us, so it should be getting to 9 o'clock for you. Or is it getting to 8? I forget which half of the year that it's actually 2 versus 1, which would fall back should be 1 hour. Yeah, okay. I wish we'd do away with it, because it's not like it actually saves us anything in the summer or the winter. The only time it makes a difference is spring and fall, when the days are the most even anyway. Alright, I'm not seeing any more. For me, the mercury does stand out because it's so silvery bright. And I've found like 5 different mini little balls of, I think, and it tends to behave a little different roll around once it's exposed. But I think I've gotten all that color. Alright. There we go. Using a ore rock I had found to hold my pump down. I didn't want to fill this too deep with water, and so that was the only rock I had in here that was big enough and heavy enough. Alright, let's get rid of that sand. We've shipped it out for gold pretty well. Get a new clean slate here. Oops, stay up there, lead. Gotta keep a watch on my power. Make sure I'm not gonna lose this live again. So it says there's 18 people watching. And nobody has any questions? You know, just having a, you guys just like hearing, seeing Robert type and me talk. That's okay. I can help put you to sleep. You can listen to me as I talk nice about these little pieces of gold that I'm separating out. I have been told I help put people to sleep. The sound of water, me and my piece with the gold. Start an evening thing on a tradition. Nights with Justin doing boring gold. How much gold do you get in a night? It varies on the concentrates. So the big stuff for these were pulled out on site. So big stuff is easy to spot, easy to pan. It's exciting. This is like big stuff like this. You can see these are what we'd call, some people call these nuggets for their area. These are pickers by most western states and known gold areas. You can see by those fingers, I could actually pick one of these up there. The gold we are going for tonight is like this. Super fine, powdery, and it can vary. So it's so small, the weight doesn't add up very quick. And that's why I save it for winter time in Alaska. Because all summer I try to just work on production. Get the big stuff. All the little stuff can be done later. I put it in tubs in different little buckets, and sometimes I save the cons from one area because I remember it was really good beach stuff and it will probably behave different. Other times it just goes all in the same. Put it all together, all in the tubs, and then in the winter, that's when I work them because my ground is frozen. My ground is frozen, and so I've got spare time while I'm not working right now, at the moment anyway. Time off to run this in the garage. So some nights, if I work enough concentrates, a gram. It all depends. I'm kind of being a stickler on this stuff, kind of going through it really thoroughly to try and get every little tiny piece out of it. This is one of the most inefficient ways to do it. I'll be straightforward. This isn't the there are a lot of other ways to do this a lot more effectively and faster. I could probably pan this faster. The advantage of using a Miller table is that with that water flow, you're able to let those black sands roll away as you push the gold up, and your gold becomes really clean. So then you have less of the obnoxious iron black sands present. And as I work the sand around, I can let some flow off the table at the bottom like a waterfall, which you see right here, it's pretty well centered and leveled, and it's all falling. Speaking of which, on the show Gold Rush Whitewater, which I was a part of, down here, you notice this little push out and how there's no material in the middle here. This is not a fall like McKinley Falls, but waterfalls do what I call create a halo. The golden halo is what we call it. It's a pay streak that forms in kind of a circle. So if you ever see a waterfall, don't think about how good the stuff could be under here. Check the line where the floods would create these halo lines at different flow rates, and look there for your gold. There's your prospecting lesson of the night. How long have you been doing this? I've been looking for gold since I was 9 years old, which was roughly 32 years ago. Oh wait. No, that would have been 11. So 34 years ago. And it was when I got my first pan. I'd watched the TV show Gold Prospectors, but with George Massey in 91 or 90. Snuck on the TV to watch it on the cable, and past my bedtime, which was strict. I got spanked for it, but it was worth it. I got to see the gold getting found by the buzzard Massey, and went and ever since then, obviously when I was 9, I wasn't doing as good as I do today. My best day would have been when dredging. So back in the early 2000s, I dredged in California. And in California was kind of, I've had good days on the South Umpqua dredging, but now Oregon's got their weird ESH, which stands for Essential Salmon Habitat rules, which will make make things a little more tedious, despite the science evidence of that we help the places. John Chadwick, hey Fatan, where are you from? John from Colorado. I am from Alaska. I grew up in Oregon, but I live in Alaska and have lived here for a long time now. 20 years this year. You're from Colorado. You do any prospecting in Colorado? Mr. Block, have you done any prospecting? Are you from the Conigo group? Did Robert share it there or something? I know Fatan. Nice. John Chadwick looks familiar. Have you commented on a video before? I'm trying to remember. I was just in Colorado in August, and I went to Cache Creek, Fair Play, and several other spots trying out. The other experimental spots didn't work out so well. They were just little pullouts on the highway that I knew were DOT per the signs, plus the hints from Kevin Siegel's Finding Gold in Colorado books. You focus on the high areas, or do you work on the lower areas towards, like, I remember one guy was doing pretty well near Gold Hill or Lions up on that creek in that area. Poetic Tears family. Just scrolling through and came to this. Right on. Well, I appreciate you stopping in and asking a question and checking it out. I think I didn't answer your question fully on the most I've gotten in one day. I'd probably say about 2 ounces. But I'm going to round it down. I think it was a little bit more, but I'll safely say with honesty 2 ounces was the most I've gotten in one day. And what's sad is, at that time, it would take... That gold was only worth about $260 an ounce at the time. And now, those 2 ounces would be worth almost... I could easily sell it for $8,000 today. Did all the summer at Cache Creek? Oh, nice. I was out there. Just starting your milling table. Cool. So, did you ever notice that Sprinter van that was there? That was at Cache Creek this summer? I was at Cache Creek in August, but I ended up getting blocked out from getting to Cache Creek from where I parked because of the Leadville 100 race. That big old mountain bike race they did. Yeah, there was like a golden Sprinter up the top. He was camped out there, and he was talking to me about Cache Creek there. These other guys were running like a process thing at their campsite. So they'd go in, grab material, and then come back and work it. It's quite an interesting process. Many different styles of mining out there. And I know some of that Cache Creek stuff has mercury too, because they were friendly with the mercury use out there. I don't think there's any natural cinnabar ore in that area or precipitated mercury from that area, but It worked out good. Hello, Poetic Tears. Yeah, there were. That darn bike race. I thought I had scored when I went up to the upper area. I knew there was the turn, but I didn't want to take a chance on the road because I heard that going in is a little bit twisty and sketchy depending on mud and what. And so I held back when going to Cache Creek. And we camped up the top by the turn, that little T that you turn towards, going through the fence towards Cache Creek. And they had porta potties set up. I was like, oh, perfect. We don't even have to worry about this tonight. We can just like park here. We're car camping because it was a rental car. So we were just car camping. All the rooms in the area were like $400 a night. I was like, it's not even ski season yet. Why is it like this? And yeah, that big famous bike race. Talk about feeling like you're out of shape when you see people pedaling that hard up the mountain. I forget what the peak is called. You can see Mount Ebert from there, but it's not that one. It's like they're just pedaling up this hill at such a high elevation, like cranking. It's a 100-mile race at that altitude, that elevation, and it was just so crazy. Thank you for the sub. I appreciate it. I hope you enjoy the gold content too. If you're ever interested or whatever, I've been answering all comments while I can before it gets too crazy. But any questions you have of your area, whatever, I've been to 49 states besides Maine, and I've prospected for gold in almost all of them. The only state that I've prospected and didn't get gold was Florida. How much is that gold? This is not very much. But these few little flakes can add up to this. So this is probably, I know it's more than 2 grams. But if it were 2 grams and a gram is going for 140 something, let's say 150 just for a roundabout number, $300 or more for this. So I know it's more than 2 grams, but that's going off of that. That's what we're working tonight. These are just some reference pieces for color. And here's some more better visual gold. This is the more medium-sized gold. Sorry, I've got it in this Nalgene bottle to keep it kind of. This was the first clear Nalgene I could see that's not going to break. Okay, so 150 wasn't too bad of an estimate. So here's another few grams. So the gold, it adds up. It's a lot easier to make it a value today than it was when it was $10 a gram. And sometimes you find cool things like that. This was Colorado. This is a North Carolina ruby. And there's other tidbits like that too. I'm not just into the gold. Gold's my favorite, but I do love a good gem mineral rock. What state is best to work? I would say summertime, Alaska. But that's it. Like, Alaska's very restrictive weather-wise in the winter because it just freezes so hard. I tried to get out there. That was my video I posted today. Was me walking along the frozen riverbed. Everything was solid frozen. I wasn't able to get any materials done. And that's why partially after posting that video, I'm sulking and doing it live, working my concentrates that I have built up. And so the next state, I would say Colorado is good, but it has the winter problem too, seasonal kind of deal. California is really good year-round because you can get into the lower foothills and work more of the flood gold. You may not get pickers, Oregon's good because the Umpqua River is basically workable year-round besides flood periods. You've also got the Rogue River, a lot of those other tributaries there that don't freeze up. It all depends on your weather tolerance. In the southeast, North Carolina is almost always pretty good unless there's a hurricane. I've not found any gold in Oklahoma. So Oklahoma is a unique place. I found gold on the Arkansas River. Out, it was outside of Tulsa, maybe 40 minutes to an hour, something like that. It was a long time ago. This would be big gold for that area. So the Arkansas River has what's called flour gold, like that. This powdery gold mix right here. This is gold right here, but it's so fine it's like permeated the cracks of the pan. It's super powdery. This is like glacial gold that's kind of flattened out and tiny. So it's very difficult to recover, and you got to focus on small and classification. You need to classify your materials to a small screen size like that in order to capture it in Oklahoma, because all it takes is one rock, one decent sized rock, and it'll knock your gold right out of there. So unless you're very skilled panning, you need to focus on that when you're trying to get any sort of little color of gold out in Oklahoma, because it's all washed down from the Rockies through the plains, and it's had all that time to traverse and travel, and it's flood after flood after flood that has beaten that gold down and crushed it and separated it and pulled it apart, because gold is very malleable, and that is what takes it down there. There's also some glacial action that has pushed it down there, but most of that stopped up by Iowa, Wisconsin, and that place. So, but the best advice is focus on classification, run your sluice conservatively, and do it that way. You want to work volume and classify. I wonder if Texas or Missouri are more gold accessible. Texas is a very, very, very sparse place for gold. You can get gold on the Rio Grande, but that's not the most safe place to work. Border Patrol, all those people, like the whole area there, it's kind of one of the, you got ranch private property, but it's doable on the Rio Grande. You can get gold there. But sometimes that water is so low and murky, it's not even, you can't even see the gold you're panning. I've only done it once. I got a color. I was happy. It was like probably about the size of one of these, little tiny thing, and I was like, I'm good. Let's go. On the Llano River, there's a smooth bedrock area there, which after the unfortunate floods that happened this last summer, I would say it might be replenished a little bit. The Llano and the Sandy Fork there have it. You could also go outside. You can't do it in the national park, but there's the Guadalupe area. And some of those hills have a little bit of mineralization that has gold. But most of that is going to be north of Salida, Colorado, Alamosa, towards that way. Have you ever thought of extracting gold from computer parts? Well, funny you ask. Right. Hang on. It's behind me in the garage. Where did I put that? Well, here's the first one I found. This is a part of a printer inkjet hold. And these little buttons here, focus, turd. These little buttons here on the phone, or on the, I'm looking at my phone and I say the phone. These little buttons here contact the surfaces of the inkjet cartridges. So you want to check for things like that. And even these interlaid wires come down and they form to a gold contact right there. Same with that, runs down and comes to a gold contact right there. And there's various other parts into the board that have it. There's like various tantalum parts. But yes, I also collect this, but it takes time. You have to accumulate enough of the electronic stuff before you begin to make it worth it. You don't want to do small batches at a time because then you're spending too much money to try and process this stuff off of it. I'm going to throw that back in its bin. Work it in the summer and processing it in the winter. That's exactly. Bradley, have you been to the Llano River? Yes, I have. So I actually went there, yeah, it was about 2002. And I actually went out with the old guy who ran the GPAA for the Central Texas area, Buku. He has since passed. He was a great dude. We did a little bit of the boil holes in that bedrock and worked that. So most of these cons are straight from the river sluicing and then classified down. So I've got various. Here's a bucket of cons that I've classified. It's more like sand. Here's another one. And I got another one behind that. So I classify the big rocks off, check them, and then I'm good to go. I let them build up, and I process in the winter. Because the main thing is with gold, you got to work volume to get more gold than others. And if you're too busy checking your pans, cleaning it all up to see what you have on site, you fill your jars like this with doing that frequently. You've got to focus on getting that. Now, I didn't get as much as summer because I was filming a lot of the times that I was doing it. And then I would have to show the gold that I was getting. So, Joseph, use a magnet. I actually do use a magnet. I use this one. I showed it in my recent video. So all the magnetics have been pulled out of this. This is mostly hematite and non-magnetic. But I use this. You can still see some magnetics are stuck in there. And that's what I use for separating my iron, my magnetic iron from it. So this stuff is all processed by that. And I'm trying to read every question here, so here's some of those heavy magnetics. I have another bucket of them, but this was the most recent run of magnetic material that I've separated out. Notice how just pure black sand that is. Is there any investment opportunities around your area? Not that I would know of. I haven't been current on any claims or mine operations. There are, like, if you were wanting to invest into gold, I would say, I don't know. Now would be the best time to invest in mines so that you can get the raw product from them and reap a little more interest, because if I could legally somehow make it to where people would buy gold in advance and I knew that I could fulfill that out of mine, that'd be great to start. But I don't know of any opportunities like that. Get some brains in the chat. Can you find gold in, around or in, I think you're saying salt water, like on the beach? Now, there is dissolved gold in the ocean. How you recover it, I don't know. But on the beach, yes. I've most recently prospected the Oregon beaches, and I actually posted videos about that. But beaches do have gold. Salt water doesn't inhibit the gold. Shoot, there's lots of comments. This is awesome. I'm trying to read everyone here. Maybe, I don't think there are any other Missouri sites for panning mining except maybe where they dynamite the roadsides. So, there's actually decent gold in Missouri. I say decent. It's not like Alaska, California, Washington, but it's decent in comparison to like Oklahoma. It's more like Wisconsin. If you've seen like Flower Gold Wizard or glacial gold hunter, you can see that they get those little flakes and they usually get gold every time. It's similar to that structure. Nuggets, probably not likely. There's also a miner from Missouri, Kyle I don't know how to pronounce his name. It looks like a French name. Theodaboo Bo. If you look up Kyle TH something, Missouri gold mining, and you'll see him prospecting different formations throughout Missouri, getting gold. Thank you, Brianna. I appreciate any likes there. Peekaboo. Do you extract your yes, okay. Do you magnets with the sand? Yep, I showed that if you were here for it. Christina Merced. How was your day? My day was pretty good. We've been getting a lot of snow, so we've just been holding off on whether I'm going to shovel or get a plow out here. We've got 15 inches in one session, and now there's more coming, and so just kind of putting it off. I appreciate that, John. Appreciate the sub. You watch Pioneer Polly Pocket. I remember those. My sisters played with Polly Pockets. Hello, Slammer. Yeah, I watch Pioneer Polly. He's a very energetic, good, funny dude. I'd like to mine with them, but I'm sure he's encountered by everyone saying, "Hey, can I dig with you?" And so he kind of just stays to himself. He's got a really good thing going for himself, and he's done well. He did like my nuggets in a circle pan when I was rolling. I had them in the water, doing like a turntable kind of thing. Can you find raw gems at the beach in rocks and pebbles where the water break? You can find garnet sands. Most of the time, the things at the beaches are pretty well weathered down into just the sand. So, no problem, Brianna. I try to be as transparent and open as possible. I know a lot of miners have like salted pans or hyped themselves up, and I know in my videos that I post, a lot of my gold results are kind of meh. But if I tell you where the location is, it's public and it's what I got. It's what I've done. And this is what you can get from this is wintertime reprocessing. So I just try to be as honest. I'm a horrible liar. I don't like to. You're like, oh, you should add some more gold to your pan so it looks better on the. No. If I get it, I get it. If I don't, I don't. Not every prospecting trip is going to be glorious. As much as I want every trip to be glorious, granted, every trip is enjoyable and great, but the gold results will vary no matter where you are. If you find a good spot with some good ground, keep it to yourself. Keep that, like, there's a balance to it. If it's a public area anybody can go to, you can tell them the general area, but if you find one spot there that's really good, fill your hole so that nobody knows you dug there. Go back to it later. Because if you leave an open hole at a public place, everyone's going to know and they're going to follow. Now, I did a video at Lawson Bar, and it was already an open hole, and I was going to fill it. And as I was filling it, some locals came and were like, "Hey, what are you doing? That's our hole. We're working it." I'm like, "Oh, I didn't know anyone else was working this spot, so I just was going to fill it in, and so I left no trace." And then the next thing you know, I go back and that hole is enormous. Like, they're still working that spot. And then a few people commented on the video, "Hey, you're in my hole." Like, everyone's working it now, so word will spread fast, and people will find out where you were working if you're doing well. So if you're doing well somewhere, maybe share it with someone you really, really trust, but don't let the word get out until you finish your own processing. Oh, you talk to Polly off and on? Nice. I don't know. I just feel like if I were to randomly message them without any sort of contribution to it besides who I am, I'm not. I might have been on TV, but maybe sometime. Maybe as I get a little more able to, and I do plan on hitting BC this summer. So I want to I want to go to a lot of places, and we're working on a camper van, and I've got the van ordered. It's supposed to be being delivered from the factory with all the specs that I wanted in March or April, and then in May the build will start, and hopefully July, maybe early August, the van should be complete. And then from there, we're going to take a trip through BC and go through all sorts of places. We're going to go through BC, hit all the panning reserves we can, in what time I have off that I can manage. Oh yeah, networking is fun, but I gotta have something to offer. I don't want to be like the mooch. So like Kyle, spelt with a C, who made the Crux high banker. I actually, I'm one of the. I'm not a sponsored. Like I didn't get one, but I do promote it. I haven't even used my referrals. I don't. I probably should be more proactive on referral links or things like that, but I just don't do it. I just don't do it that often. I should post the link and do that, but I do love the units, and I have one myself that I've been using to capture some of this stuff at the river that I go to, and so you can actually see my logo on Crux High Bankers, Crux Prospecting. And he goes out with Dan Hurd and Pioneer Polly. They dig together. So I'm hoping I can get with Kyle, and then that might be a networking means. Because I do like the Crux unit. It's lightweight, fits in my hiking backpack without being overburdensome, and handles the material pretty well. All I got to do is use my little lightweight lithium battery, which was a fortune in Alaska because it's a pain to ship things up here. But it was worth it. That I've got a 50 amp hour battery now that that's less than 10 pounds, and it goes in my pack, and I can carry it, and I've got 50 amp hours to run a pump for multiple hours. I think I'm through this sand here. I've been talking so much that I've sort of skirted away from my gold separation, but it's okay. We got a little pile. Okay, that one wants to float away because it's smashed flat. We're just going to push it into the hole. Oh, there it goes. Bye. I think I see one more right here. So the benefit of this table is just how clean the gold gets. No, I love questions. I love to answer, educate, because the more people that are prospecting, the more people that we'll have in our corner that understand the reality of small scale mining and its no impact. Big mining companies do not like small scale miners, panning, any of that, because our gold ends up flooding the market, or we don't need to buy gold from the big guys because we get our own. And that lessens their thing. Right now, I don't think they could give two cares of us given the price of it, which I believe is the result of multiple scenarios. Because one, inflation, gold is a hedge. Two, all of the AI servers. Like if you look at the scale at these servers, it is insane how big some of these are. just to do the data processing to ask a few questions. They're like supercomputer search engines, just craziness. One server plant was going to use an estimated 10,000 ounces of gold. And then all our devices are getting more and more gold. And yes, they're more effective at using the gold to manufacture the electronics, but because everything is using a processor, a chip, or doing this stuff, it's just doing that. And then Costco, yeah, the wholesale, where you get a hot dog and the cheap ice cream. They, when they purchased a ton of gold, like literally, Costco purchased a ton of gold and brought it into their stores. They took it from the market into their stores. And because they bought so much and it was in their storage, their inventory, it was technically pulled from the market. That surplus raised it. And then those people are buying that gold and taking it to their homes to hold. So that's less gold on the market once it's bought and held. So that reduced the float. So we got like a trifecta of inflation, uncertainty, new computer things through AI, server data things. Amazon's doing an extra server data thing through their, because a lot of the purchases and stuff goes through the Amazon server system, data system, which is in Utah, which is another 4,000 ounce estimated gold required for their server system. Just immense numbers for how big these are. And all that gold has to be found somewhere. What is your favorite use for gold? My favorite use is I've been a bit of a philanthropist these last few years. I put these little baggies together, and then when kids are trying to learn to pan, they can pan real gold. That's sort of what I like to do. I helped. There was a live podcast live thing, and a guy was talking about wanting to have pay dirt, win the pay dirt for the Boy Scout troop or something like that. A group of kids, class, something like that. And let me zoom this back out to the whole table. There we go. And so I ended up bagging up probably 2 grams of gold. Not quite 2 grams. Probably a gram. I might be overestimating man measurements, saying I did more than I really did, but it was at least a gram. And from that gram, all I asked was, I don't care if the pictures are published or talked about or whatever, but let them know it was me that sent it, so they can check my channel and learn how to pan more, and send me a picture of the kids doing it somewhere. It can be a back one. I don't need any kids' faces. Just show me the event. Silence. I never got a picture, never got an event, so it kind of irritated me. But no, I used to take foster kids out. And we'd go prospecting, do that big brother thing. Always a good time. When the kids see gold for the first time and they really see it, it's not just a historic story where it makes it awesome. And as a coin, not a bar, doesn't have to be reported. No, that's clever too. Yeah, I did this article for Business Insider. It was about flying to work, remote work, and then working on gold mines. And that article just didn't quite jive with what I was trying to say. You're like, oh, how do taxes work? And I'm like, well, it's kind of easy. I don't really sell my gold. If I need to sell it, I usually just do it less than 600, so it doesn't have to be reported. And then next thing you know, she's saying that in the article. I'm like, really? You're writing that? You're publishing that? Why would you straight up publish that I try to not sell more than $600 at a time? Jeez Louise. Thanks. Face of a student is, yeah. And I've taught adults how to pan, and I like, it doesn't matter who. I used to be called the preacher at the Church of Mining when I was more into like being out and doing events and showing up at sites and stuff. I still want to do that more, which is part of why we're trying to get the camper van, so I can arrange show and tells. And like what got me was when we were in school and we learned about the Oregon Trail, because Oregon is proud about the Oregon Trail, because that's where everybody wanted to be. So we should be happy where we live. Everyone wanted to live in Oregon. And and we they had this panning booth, and it was like pan your own gold. And I was looking at it, I'm like, this isn't real gold, it's pyrite. And this one guy who was monitoring goes, you know the difference between gold and pyrite? And I'm like, well, I remember this at the little rock stand where you can pick your own rocks. He goes, well, you're right. That's not gold. It's pyrite. Gold would be a little too hard to put in here. And I was like, so what does real gold look like? And he showed me a little poke of gold he had. And I kept panning the pyrite. And he goes, you're pretty good at panning. I'm like, really? I've never done it before. And yep, I was hooked. And the TV show and all that. That was the end of it. There was no cure for it. Hello, Jack. The light bulb moment. Yep, Commodore 64. I remember those units. Dysentery. Good old time. Well, I'm surprised so many people have been in here. I wasn't expecting to be. I've been on this live for 3.5 hours now, besides the period of time my battery died. But my phone is still charging. I have plenty of power, and I'm not going anywhere as long as there's questions had. You guys got questions or just want to talk? We're good. The night is long. I got lots of concentrates to go through. And if you just want to fall asleep because I'm talking so calmly doing what I love to do, that's fine too. The longest live I've ever done was like 12 hours. And I was panning. My wrist was getting a little tired of the panning. And that was but everyone's like, don't stop, keep going, you've been at it for so long. I'm like, all right. I kept getting alerts from TikTok. Maybe you should take a break, maybe you need to get something to drink. I'm like, nope, I'm good. Have you ever heard of Diamond Crater? Yeah, Crater of Diamonds in Arkansas. I went there about that time on that. So I did a 22,000 mile road trip. Most of my stories of anywhere besides Oregon, California, and the West Coast and Colorado are from that trip. And I went to Crater of Diamonds back then too. I was living in my car too, so I was driving. I had some money from the coffee shop I had, and so I was just enjoying life on a budget and doing what I wanted to do. Drive around, see all the sites I wanted to see that I read in the Encyclopedia Britannica or a newspaper. You play Fortnite? No, I don't. What do people do for work out there in Alaska in the winter and the 5 hours of daylight? Pretty much anything normal. There's a few things that just aren't really feasible to do, like road construction, because the ground freezes so much they'd have to constantly thaw. A lot of the ground stuff, dirt work, gets held up. But those people tend to roll into snow removal, extraction. So also like landscapers, they don't really work in the winter that much. Sometimes they'll work a lot in the summer and make up their whole time for the winter. And then they'll move to snow removal. Snow removal is a big one for private companies. So, are you sifting gold? We are cleaning the gold, yes. So, in this sand, we have various pieces. Now, I work these concentrates from various areas, California, Oregon, Colorado. This is all from Alaska, Oregon, Washington, California, Nevada, tiny bit of Idaho, and Colorado. So my concentrates I save and I work them in the winter when it's all froze up. Butte County is, yeah, and that's all part of the Trinity Mountain areas. But yes, back to the question of the Crater of Diamonds. Yes, I've been there. I didn't get diddly squat, but a lady down the way was screaming really loud and happy as get out. So I'm assuming she got a really good one. But yeah, I got kind of diddly squat. I got little tiny ones that were kind of cute, but nothing. I didn't get anything worth hollering about. I got the stuff that would be good for making sandpaper or diamond saws, industrial-like ones. Nothing pretty. But yes, we're sifting, we're separating out gold. And Butte County has a lot of gold. Yes, Butte by Red Bluff you're talking about, right? Outside of Chico, yeah. So if you go south of Chico towards Oroville, you got the Feather River up that way. That's a really good area for gold. And then north of Red Bluff, Chico, you get towards Redding, you're on the border side of the Trinity Mountains on the southern end there. So towards Lake Shasta, some of the Lake Shasta flow into the Sacramento River was a gold yielding stream. And then when you go out towards Weaverville and over towards Coffee, shoot, I don't remember if it's Coffee, but the Highway 3 basically runs up and goes towards Fort Jones. There's a backway there. And even the Trinity River has plenty of gold. But then that's also part of the same area from basically the Trinity River to the Klamath River to the Rogue River to the Umpqua River. All that area is old stuff geology that is gold bearing. Loggers and fishermen, yep. I really want a diamond pan because it's smaller to catch the small stones, but it would be my very first equipment. So are you talking about like a gem sieve? So gem sieves, so you can pan for diamonds, but their shape is different and their density it still is. They're still denser because of the hardness, the scale, the carbon, and all that. But you want to use a gem sieve. It's basically a larger pan, but it has a material like this, a screen on the bottom. And with a gem sieve, you want to do a side, forward, and then a pop. So you bounce it up. You'll bounce it up and down, and do like a side to side, rotate, side to side, rotate, 90 degrees, and then it'll pile the denser gems into the center. The best educator on that motion and how it works is if you check out Dan Hurd with the garnets. He does the perfect example, and he does the flop and everything just right. He doesn't need any more promotion. He's so big on YouTube, but for an educator that's a teacher that shows how to do that, that's the best way to do it. And if you can get it with garnets, and you can find garnets, you're going to find the diamonds. That's kind of the safe roll is if you're able to do it for lesser stones. It's like when I teach kids how to pan, I don't give them the gold right away. I have them do lead pieces. Lead is technically more difficult to pan than gold because lead has a lot less, it's still dense, but it's a lot less than the gold. So if they're able to keep the lead, which is cheap to lose if they lose it, and we can recover it, they can keep the gold. If you can keep the lead in your pan, you can keep the gold in your pan. Same with diamonds. If you can keep garnets in your sieve and center them right, you'll keep your diamonds. If you're in the right area for diamonds. I do plan on going to that place he gets garnets, because in one of his videos he says, you don't need to ask me, you don't need permission, come out here and enjoy. So I do want to go to Garnet Beach this summer. I want to go up there and be all happy with tons of garnets. I've got, let's see here, is it this one? Nope. Where is it? Is it this one? Switch the pans up. These are what you want to practice with. These are the garnets. These are mostly the ones that were obvious, because some get really dark and black and they blend into the black sands pretty good. And this is also a Falcon Gold pan, which is great for doing this. But it still requires panning, and I don't want to. I want to do this. So I'm doing what I want. What area are you at, Brianna? Where do you prospect? In general, don't give away your spot to the public. Just give a general, wide area, like a state. Well, I'll take all your garnets, all your little garnets. Obviously, if they're really big, you probably want to keep them, because you're that rockhound guy. I wonder if I still have that one. No. Another little vial of gold. I forgot about that one. I'm gonna have to clean this place up and find them. Oh, good. You got the Falcon there, Robert. It is legit. The texture, however they do it, sandblasting or whatever, when you get these little things, they just stick and your black sands roll away. It's sort of like this, except for you still have to pan. Yeah, garnet is very similar to peridot. It's just garnets form in the host schist, and they tend to form individually. Peridot tends to form in clusters, but gem-wise, rarity-wise, they're very similar. Now, if you can get the gemmy style ones, that's where the rarity comes in, because garnets are all over, but the gemmy quality ones are a little more difficult to find. No, I do not do mining for a living. I wish, but I haven't been able to commit to that. I made a living on mining when I was younger, when I lived in my car, and the place I leased for my business got taken by eminent domain, and I had nothing left, so I lived in my car, and I went gold mining in California. So now it's just what I do for what I think about all the time, what I talk about with all my coworkers at work, what I do when I can. And I save my concentrates for the winter so that when it's all frozen up here, I'm not away from it. This is not the most efficient way to separate the gold. It's just my easy way of doing it. It takes time, but it's fun. And you do this enough with this little stuff, it'll start to pile up, and you'll have a pile of gold with cat hair in it. But I'll put up with the cat hair because I love little babies. Yeah. Now, I would like to do it for a living. I would really like to, do this full time. Even if it was a matter of mixing it up with YouTube and doing this, as a part of that. We're getting a van, so I'm going to be starting another channel. It's actually already up. It's called Miles of Maybe, but I don't have anything for it because we don't have our van yet. But we'll be doing kind of a combination of our travel from site to site, what we're doing in the van, and tie it in. My one channel will be prospecting, one will be travel. When we see sites, we'll be going places, and so that's kind of the goal. Have two channels going. Get that. I don't know. People are like, oh, you're gonna sell pay dirt? And I tried that once. I mean, I still got the packaging bags for it back here, and the vacuum and the sealer and all that. I just, maybe if I did it more often, but shipping from Alaska is a pain because things get lost in the barges, or if they recognize your name, they know what you're about, they take it. You think there might be gold in the Midwest? Depends on where in the Midwest. Now, we know for a fact that South Dakota has it in the Black Hills, and that's sort of the Upper Plains Midwest. I know Missouri has it. You would want to check out Kyle TH something, but he does Missouri mining. It's like Thibodeau or something like that. I don't know. I don't remember his. And I don't know if he's posted many videos as of late, but the videos are still on YouTube from then, and they still are relatable today about where the gold in Missouri is and how much he's found in the flakes. Not rich. The Washita Mountains, in Arkansas has it, but you'd be better off looking for like smoky quartz. Looking for like the quartz crystals and stuff of that beauty that come from Arkansas versus gold. Oklahoma has a little bit on the Arkansas River, mainly because it flows in from Colorado. And then further, the Platte River has it because it flows out from Colorado. There's a couple other random spots that are glacially deposited in the Midwest. So like eastern North Dakota has some glacier stuff towards Grand Forks, Fargo, along the Red River. And then if you want to learn about Minnesota gold or any of that, check out Glacial Gold Hunter. And then if you do check him out, tell him I sent you, so he recognizes that I... He came up with Glacial Gold Hunter after I had Alaska Gold Hunter. I'm like, I was first Gold Hunter. What are you doing? Yeah, the last bit of his name, it's like Thibodeau or so, I don't remember exactly. It starts like TH. It's Kyle, Kyle, TH something. I'm drawing a blank on it, but he does the Missouri prospecting. Yeah, so John Cena. I just read the name in full clearly. "36 parts per billion? That's crazy, Robert." What's crazy is they left for better gold when there was great gold in North Carolina, South Carolina, and Georgia. And there's even good gold in Virginia. There's actually Central Virginia prospectors that do it there, and they've got claims on the. I don't remember how to say it correctly. Rappahannock and some other rivers in that area. And there's actually a town called Gold Vein with the gold mining history of Virginia, which is like an hour, not including traffic, from DC. I've never seen anyone around here in Idaho doing this. I'm in Pocatello. That's why. Pocatello is kind of outside in sort of the... So Pocatello, there's probably gold, but it's underneath the lava layers. Now, on the Snake River itself, you can get sands with gold on the banks of the Snake River that have kind of washed up and been concentrated. Any big gold would be deep in the channel, which is kind of not... You're not going to get that deep in the main channel of the Snake River. And but you can get some on the sides, but it's also depending on the rules there. If you get further inland of Idaho, basically north of Boise or towards more of the Bitterroot Range, you've got salmon, Atlanta. If you go up towards Pyite, Orofino. Orofino means fine gold in Spanish. All the way up towards like Bonner's Ferry, there's stuff up there in the north. Coeur d'Alene has a little bit, but it's more silver in that area. If you go over towards Wallace, Kellogg, yeah, I know everywhere. Everywhere in the U.S. I've crossed ways or studied the history. Now there are some really good darn gems in Idaho too. You got the Huckleberry Garnet, and then all the way to, but yeah, there's all sorts. Idaho, Montana is great. Montana obviously has its known sapphires. Is there gold in D.C.? Yeah, actually on the Potomac. The Potomac comes from, so if you look up Virginia, you have what's known as the gold pyrite belt. It's a thing on the foothills of the Appalachians. Hello, Buscano Oro. I sort of understand that. I'm still trying to learn Spanish. Okay. I don't even know where she is, so it doesn't matter to me, really. That'd be weird, though. The Oregon Blood? No, I haven't. I'd like to go to Glass Butte or one of those areas again. I haven't been to Glass Butte since I was a kid. We went out there like twice to go get some obsidian. Got this one piece like the size of a basketball. But that was like 87 when we went. And I know since then it's been more picked over with social media sharing it out. Alright, I think I've gotten pretty much everything out of here. The rest would have to be processed in a centrifuge or something else. Alright. We're going to sweep this sand all down here. I might work it again in another sluice or another concentration. Ooh, I'm 5 minutes away from hour 4. This is kind of cool. And Robert, you've been in here for most of it. Thought you said you were calling it a night. Making cookies. Oh. I could go for some cookies right now. I'm just glad I have my good these slip-on Skechers on right now. Standing here, oh, there's one right there. I think I did enough. It depends. I should dump it out there. Like, I guess. So I should get rid of more of my sand. I always end up working it more, either to separate garnets or try and find something else out of it. But now that I know, now that silver's going up so much, I'm kind of tempted to test it for silver. So that's part of why I'm just focusing on the gold stuff here. Just piling up these little pieces up here. making myself a little gold line up here. And then I can, I'll just have to figure out the most effective way to get the silver out of it. Got a rowdy class tomorrow. What do I do with magnetic sand? Not really much. I used to see the people would use black sand for roses, and apparently it would break down and give like red roses that darker, richer red core in the petal for competition or something like that. And so someone, this is like, shoot, 8, no, my son's 20, so it's got to be longer than that. Oh, that's a nice one right there. Look at that one's coming out of that sand nice. That's got to be longer than that. But they would use the sand for rose growing. But yeah, like, here's the magnetics from this batch. Like, I expected more, but most of it's not magnetic, which is weird. But you can see how pure this magnetic sand is. And then if I where did I looking for my hand magnet. All magnetics. Now it's so thick it just sticks around. Looks like graphene. Oh, I haven't opened this since June. So this, I had to buy this 1-quart container. I know what you're saying, yeah. There's a, hang on. It's gonna be a little loud while I pop this tape. I had to package this very well. I really want to show it to you. It's coming. While I do that, here's a chunk of black tourmaline. Certainly not the sought-after watermelon tourmaline, but it's pretty cool. Now I'll get back to this tape. Yes, I have melted gold down. I actually have a new furnace. So I used to use a little propane torch furnace that was, and that's the goal of this little tiny gold, is to get a little bar going. Obviously my bigger pieces I'm not going to melt because of their character and the way they pan out, but I'd like to get some of the small stuff into a little show bar. I'd like to get to like 1 million subs and then just be like, yeah, I'm giving an ounce of gold away. Shoot, I'd probably do it sooner because I'm a sucker for fans. Alright. I've almost got it. Oh, those look dirty. Let me put one. That's Oregon Sunstone. There's a slight orange in there. It's not the red like that. This is a feldspar gem out of Southern Oregon near Plush. I'm hoping with a few of these, like this one. I'm hoping that a few of these will have the clarity and able to be faceted into something. You can see this one's not the gorgeous red. The gorgeous red is, I've got it upstairs because I was going to ship it off to get faceted and then I didn't. But this is what I was unwrapping from the tape. I spent hours working a pile. Oh, here's a... Oh, where is it? Where is it? Oh, it's not coming up on the camera as well. This one has what's called a little schiller. I was trying to pronounce it when I was live. I was going live in Plush. I had my Starlink on the van connected, and the Life of a Gold Prospector corrected me because I was saying, what is that word? It's like shilling, but it's not. And he told me schiller. I'm like, that's right. Thank you. Oh. If I get it just right, you can see it's not my finger doing it. Maybe if I set this down. I use this cloudy background. No, there it is, right there, on the right. You can see that pink, that red tone on the right, with the right light. That's copper that is inside of the feldspar that happened during whatever formed the sunstone in there. But I just think it'd be so cool to have some of these. Oh, you can see it at that angle. But see, like, my finger makes it look like it's something else. But if I put it here, the right light, the copper in the inclusion will show. And I actually did a video on that, and it's gotten crap reviews. Yet I saw someone else do it, and theirs took off. I was like, man, I just don't understand. I'm just trying to be as cool, as regular and honest as I can. But I bought their pater, their not pater, but their pay pile where they come in with a bucket from their thing, and then I wash it. It was $225 for the pile. And I was like, so what if I don't get it all today? And they're like, well, then maybe you can donate it to someone else's pile if they'll be here tomorrow. I'm like, I'm not going to be here tomorrow. I'm like, could I process it tomorrow when I'm here? Like, it's like, we got places to go. So from Plush, we did the sunstone mining. We were supposed to go over to the opal mines the next day, but I worked, I think it was like 5 yards of rock material to get all the sunstones I got. And then, so that we ended up diverting our path and we went to the coast. So we drove from Plush, Oregon, all the way to Klamath Falls, slept at a truck stop in the van that night, and then from Klamath Falls we drove all the way to Medford, back up towards Grants Pass, and then down 199 to Crescent City, saw the redwoods, went up, and then mined for gold on the beach near Gold Beach. And then I hit the Central Oregon coast, and I tried out there. I got 4 little tiny specks of beach sand gold, which was diddly squat. But it was, the black sand there was so impressive. I was like, there's got to be gold in this black sand here on the coast. But it wasn't much. Four hours and 6 minutes. That's crazy. Thanks for being here tonight. Sorry, I get a little excited about rocks and different stories of what we do. But I love road trips, travel, and mining, and rocks. I've got some parodies I think would be cool for songs, but I just don't know the logistics of actually producing them. I think it'd be kind of a good satire comedy by doing a parody about rock hounding and gold mining. I got one Morgan Wallen song entirely converted about gold mining. Which I think it'd be pretty funny. Alright, I need to start sifting out some of these blondes and letting them roll down. We're getting a nice little pile right here. I don't even know who Bad Bunny is. I am in South Central, just north of Anchorage. So I'm in the part, it gets cold, we still get Alaska weather, but we're not as harsh as Fairbanks. And if we need anything, we got the big city of Anchorage to the south of us to get it. Bethel's pretty cool. I've been over to Bethel, that western area there. Definitely a more rough and rugged part of Alaska. It's not mountainous, but the Kuskokwim is actually a really cool river there. I don't even know who's going to be in the Super Bowl this year. Everyone, like, I say it over and over again, but the 49ers have the best name in the Super Bowl. I don't care how they play, I don't care about the team, they just have the best name because what is a 49er? It's a gold miner. So, it was the original gold miners of California in the gold rush. That's why the 49ers have their name. Gold. Steelers are because of steel, which, I mean, steel's important, but gold's better. Oh, it's Queetluck, okay. We actually did a job in Queetluck, the foundation for, I think it was their grocery store, or it might have been a government building of theirs. Oh, I remember Joe Montana and Steve Young. Those were the days my grandpa and dad would always watch him. My grandpa was saying that he thought he was a Joe Montana fan, and then realized he was more of just a general 49ers fan or whatever. He's giving me this lecture about it. I know my dad still roots for the 49ers. I really don't. I don't really have a team. I root for whatever sounds good and I like, which is usually the 49ers or whatever. 49ers or it could be whoever. I just pick one that I like. If it's closer to Alaska or Oregon, Seattle, and them. So, no preferences, no. My coworkers don't like it. They're like, oh, who are you going for? I don't know. I don't really care about that. We were left with no good options either way, whichever way it went, so you know, you deal with what happens and be nice to people and That's all I care about. Politics aside, I just, you had two choices and they both weren't great, and I was really hoping it'd be like Spike Cohen again or something running, so I'd feel somewhere was some common sense. Oh, there's another Mercury bead. Anyone else in your family interested in prospecting? Nope. I'm alone. Name said hi. Well, hello, name. I can't even. So I keep mercury because, so you either can burn it off, which is not good, because then it contaminates the trees or whatever else around you. And mercury can, so here's another cool little, this is mercury I found while prospecting on gold. Robert's seen this like 5 times, but I don't know if I showed you, Brianna. So when gold gets coated in a mercury, one of the things you don't want to do is dry cook your mercury indoors. Oh! So, Jersey, I think you asked me if I'd melted it. There's that vial I was... Yeah, there's some little buttons of melted gold in the dish. I was like, where did I put that? That's kind of expensive to misplace, but yeah. I just saw it by the mercury. There's the melted stuff. But for me, it's mainly to show proof of what I capture from the river, because I've done many talks with, like, in sit-down meetings with government about decisions about prospecting and, like, dredging, and so they, one of the things they try to do is say that it was very difficult. So in 2004, Oregon was trying to separate us into two. There's two classifications of water use and being in the water and production. There's the 404 and the 402. One is classified as moving one thing from one place to another, like the channel dredges. They would dig up what's there, put it to the side. They're not adding anything. Therefore, they're not a point source pollution. Now you have a city treatment plant, they're adding diluted or treated sewage or whatever it may be from the city stormwater, and that has to have a certain permit and monitoring to keep track of. So they tried to classify us as gold miners as a point source pollution, when all we're doing is taking rocks that were there, separating out the heavies like gold, and then the rest goes back to where it came from. They try to say we were hazardous to the fish by the mining, but per the studies done about gravel sizes optimal for different coho, silver, different types of fish, the salmon, for their spawning egg, each type of salmon requires a different size gravel for optimal spawning. One of the biggest failures for spawning efficacy and effectiveness, basically, is the current. So if there's not a pool, a dip in the water, in the flow, for them to settle down into where it slows down, essentially when the male sends his stuff down, it's getting washed down the current rapidly. Well, it turned out that our dredge holes were optimal for that better baby making spawning process. And they hated that it proved to be true, and that it actually improved salmon fry numbers. And so they tried to then thwart it to say that we add mercury to the water, or we stir it up, causing it to be exposed to the bacteria that cause it to be methylated mercury. Sorry, I went on to the tangent here on the education, but this is the kind of stuff that we've had to fight to maintain being able to pan in the rivers, despite it being a granted right per the Mineral State Grant. At this rate, you would be fired from any dredge in Alaska. Well, that's why I'm at home doing this. Because I'm not on a dredge in Alaska. If I were on a dredge in Nome, there'd be a lot more than we wouldn't be worried about this. We wouldn't be worried about this little bit of gold. We would have the gold cube that's set over here on the shelf. We'd have the gold cube running all the concentrates to do it. So, what happened with Oregon? Well, Oregon has the department called DEQ, Department of Environmental Quality. They had meetings in 4 different cities. They had it in Portland, Salem, Medford, and Baker City. I am in Alaska. I'm just not working on a dredge in Alaska. I was part of Gold Rush Whitewater. That was 2022. This has been a while. I'm a welder who loves gold mining, and I'm taking my sweet winter time that I'm bored to talk, educate gold mining, and separate this tiny stuff because, well, all my big stuff, I mean, I know how to get gold. This is how this works. You pull it up and you get a bunch of it. There's more, but I've already showed it. But I am in Alaska. I'm just doing this because it's frozen outside, and my garage is nice to do this. Plus, it's 11:30 and it's dark. It's been dark since about 5. Are there no other private, dredging? So, onto the Oregon thing. I went, and my wife went. We went to every single meeting across the state, all 4. So we started in Portland, where they had the first one. We met with the locals there. Most of them were from the Portland chapter of GPAA. We took the information that was garnered there, and it was like another week and a half till the next meeting in Salem. We'll go to Salem, have that meeting there. They modified their PowerPoint and all their display for how it turned out. So we took the changes that they made from the discussion of the last one, where they tried to build their arguments against the dredging. They wanted us to run turbidimeters because the water behind a sluice would be a little cloudy. And they're trying to say that that is adding to the water. If you've ever seen the water flow in the winter or during breakup, rainy season, it runs brown and the fish do fine. But they're trying to say that because we would do a little bit of cloudy water, that was the case. We talk about people recreating turbidity. So they would want us to use a turbidimeter because when you turbid the water, you cloud it up. Basically, if you kick your feet in the sand, you make that dirt cloud, like we did as kids playing in the river. They said that was pollution, moving the existing stuff that's already there. It's not like we were doing this in the Willamette River, where cities put their stuff in, and now you're re-agitating the city's dumping stuff. No, this is like streams that are normal. So, oh, there's some lead. That's a lead piece. I'm gonna put that with the lead pile. Yep. So we went to all 4 meetings. It was a lot in fuel, a lot in time, and nothing that was said at the meetings was held true. None of their negotiating, none of their splitting the differences or compromising understanding. And they went through with a bunch of the changes in the permit process. Basically, oh, we'll still give you permits, and then they lie and they don't give you permits. And they say it's illegal without permits, but technically a permit can't be held legal if they don't issue the permits when fully following the protocols. Yep, exactly, Brianna. Opaque versus, like, this would be clear water, and if I were to... Well, this water's still pretty clear, but you definitely get the point. Clear versus clouded. And they'd want us to get, it's basically a vial that has a refractor inside. You put it in, and where you can see through would be your optic range, your clarity. Oh my goodness. I fortunately have never had that. Dang. I guess that the kid had to go. That's quite something. Exactly. And later, if you're not from Oregon, you probably haven't seen this, but if you've ever watched the Gold Rush shows, there's Dozer Dave Turin. And Dave wasn't a gold miner beforehand. I'm from the same area. I went to school with Dave Turin's son. Dave's not a gold miner from that. His family was rock, like gravel, rock. Yes, it's mining, but it's not gold. Like they were doing quarry, rock, gravel, that kind of thing at the mine. They, after Gold Rush and Dave Turin's lost mines and stuff, a politician ran. And Dave blindly gave his endorsement to an anti-mining. And the reason the guy was anti-mining was because he didn't want to hear motors running in the river. Boats, oops, sound like I had a hiccup. I gotta see. Okay, my battery's still good. What just happened? It just said you're live. Am I still going? I was afraid my battery died again, but no, it's still going. Okay, that was so weird. It just popped up and said you're live. I'm like, wait, was I not? And now my countdown says 2.5 hours. That's probably when I did lose battery and started over. So, he ended up endorsing this Alan Bates, who put in the measure or whatever number it was that turned almost every river into what's called an essential salmon habitat, which keeps it from being legally dredgeable per the state, despite the studies that we proved and showed to them, showing that our gravels of various sizes plus the slowdown of the velocity of the water behind our pools make optimum spawning beds for salmon. So now they say that salmon numbers are going down, and it's because these small tributaries that were allowed in Oregon to dredge are being dredged. when in fact it's probably because all the water restriction, damming that keeps floods from washing out bedrock areas and piles, different things that are beyond the gold miners' reasoning, plus the overfishing out in whatever commercially. They love to blame it on the smaller group. The fishermen first had it against us, and then off-roaders had it against us, saying that we were the ones doing this. And it's like, we all love the outdoors, we all do things differently, we enjoy it different ways. We don't need to be enemies. The mushroomers, the off-roaders, we really all need to stick together and unite. But it's difficult when people have different manners of opinions, like, well, no, dredges need to do that, or you guys need to do that, or metal detectors need to stay off. Why are you digging a hole in the middle of nowhere? We're not digging a hole, we're staying on trails. We're not tearing up vegetation. Like, and then the fish, yeah. The fishermen blaming the miners for it, and then their numbers go down when we're not mining in that. Hello, mainly off-grid. Good morning. Yeah, I guess it is morning for you. Good to see you. The last state I need to get to. And I was so darn close in New Hampshire, I regret it ever since. For 24 years. So close. New Hampshire's so tiny. But I had to turn. I had to turn for that party in Montpelier, which turned out to be a bro fest, trying to do a LAN party that had no connection. Well, what's funny, Robert, we actually, on the Columbia River near Camas, there was some sort of, I don't remember exactly, some sort of smelt thing. And they actually called upon gold miners to bring their dredges to clear the spawning beds there. It was out near Camas, Washington, on the Washington side of the Columbia River. And they were desperate for gold miners with dredges to come clear the top silts off for the salmon spawn. And we all showed up. We showed up and did it. And then there was no credit given to what actually fixed it. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about, Brianna. And this was back when we had to all link up on the main network. Like, we had to use a hub. There was no... It was all dial-up. It was all dial-up. So it's not like we're going to dial up and connect to each other to play, was it Counter-Strike? The early version? Something like that. We all had to put our cat cables into the same thing and then make sure that whoever had the better PC build was doing the hosting, so it could all transfer through the hub. Yeah, it was a big old like, is there any music? Oh no, dude, but there's nothing doing the fridge. Okay. Well, I guess I'll use this place to sleep since I don't have to cram into my car, and I'll hit Ontario in the morning, or maybe I'll do Quebec or whatever. I don't know. Yeah, we were dealing, so in California, a different battle, a different fight, a different time. The Sierra Club was actually pushing against the dredging because they didn't like that we moved the rocks around, and that's where they tried to push that we, when mercury was used in the 1800s, it was used irresponsibly. And like the gold miners then, it was hurry up, get it, go. We don't need to use mercury in the stream or blast hillsides. We have technology, we have suction dredges, we can suck the rocks up, filter out the dense items, and drop the rocks back down. And the way the Sierra Nevadas go, you have a rain over the heavy snow melt, it all gets settled and washed back down. And so they were trying to say that we stirred up the mercury, exposing it to the bacteria that then methylate the mercury that ends up down into the bay, which is not remotely true. There's even a mine site where some of the mercury was mined for the miners that's up near Clear Lake, which is now like a horrible site. It's up near Clear Lake, which is nowhere near the gold mining area. It's actually south of the Trinity Siskiyou mountain areas where that gold is, and too far northeast for the mother lode. But I think I got most of this out of here anyway. I'm in no rush. If I get to talking and just looking, it's all right. My goal is to educate today. If you guys have learned something from me in the many years I've prospected and fought, but yeah, most of this is from California mining. Some of it's from Oregon. A little bit's from Alaska. A little bit. But we ended up putting up the fight in California, and in 2000, I forget, was it 6? Or whenever Arnold was governor, he actually was not for it, but the way it ended up working with, if you do this, we'll do that kind of bill signing stuff, it ended up getting pushed through. And and the dredging in California was basically banned entirely. Now, dredging is, because we've proven, and PLP, which is a public lands for the people, and the AMRA, they kind of go head to head in different opinions, but they both work for the same. They try to do the same thing. So it's river reclamation, not gold dredging now. So if you're reclamating the river, you're removing mercury, you can dredge. So that's been in the works in progress by doing that. So now we can go in to remove mercury. We get mercury, we save it, and that's kind of the point to prove in case. To show we're removing the mercury that was either put there or naturally occurring. Because most of the miners in 1849 were not scientists. They didn't know that mercury was actually used for capturing gold. It was known through, which one of the commenters on the last mercury video I did was reminded me of it, which I forgot. Mercury used to be used for gilding, which you would put the amalgam of mercury onto the surface of a metal that's similar, like copper or whatever else, and then you would heat it up, burn it off, which is totally, don't burn off mercury close by, but you'd burn it off and the gold or whatever would plate to it, and that would be a way to plate the metals that they were trying to place the gold onto. And where was I going with that? Because I just saw a little piece and I forgot. But reclamating the river, we saved the mercury to show what that's for. Yeah, that definitely will. You know, if you throw poison at something, it probably kills something bad too. Yep. And earlier in the live, I believe it was from the Bear River in California, because the summer I went to Bear River. Almost every little thing here of this concentrate is from the summer, so some of this could be from Bear River. We were out there hanging out in a van we rented. Same time as the Oregon Sunstone trip too. There's another little piece right there, but it's a sidelong like wire, so it likes to roll. Get it out. Hey, Ninja. Yeah, real gold. We're going through the leftover tiny bits in the sand. The easy stuff has already been pulled out. This is the little bits here. We're kind of adding this stuff to this pile of little. This is the little fine gold. It still needs to be cleaned up more, but there's my clear jar. But yeah, we've been adding up gold for a while here. I got some bigger pieces over there, but I'm afraid I'm gonna drop them because I've been like showing and pulling. So yeah, nope, it's taken some time to accumulate this gold. Most of the clear jar here, this is most from the summer. A lot of this is left over from the beach. Some of the beach gold is in that other pan that was easy to get to. But we got a good, I don't know, and this is probably close to 8 grams, 10 grams, something like that. It's a low ball guesstimate. Might be 11. And now I'm just sulking my not my cabin fever, but my gold fever by separating out itty bitty little pieces from these sands under the smooth water flow. That's it. Yeah, Jersey, so excuse my mess here. Concentrate, concentrate, concentrate. Black sands, huge mess, and there's more buckets over here. And then I've got a 20 or 25 gallon blue barrel full of cons. I got cons everywhere. Like, I literally save them for the winter. Once I sluice, I screen them down either in a 20 mesh, and then if I don't touch them for winter because I'm so busy, that's great. So that's when I get restless and I can do this. And I know there's more in here, so if I'm like, oh crap, I need $100, well, I got some sand to go through. I might have some of this in there. What's the biggest nugget you ever found? I've found 2 that were like, let me start from the beginning. So the first biggest one was in Australia metal detecting. I had a goal. I wanted to go to Australia because I'd seen it on TV, and I knew it would be so cool to go to Australia and metal detect. So my business was going good at the time, really well. And I hired managers. I told them if anything is under $500 of a problem, take care of it. You make the decision on what you think would be best. They were both going to college for business, like not MBA, but Masters in Business or something like that. And so I was like, you guys take care of it. If it's over $500, you can call me. I rented a satellite phone and flew to Australia. They picked me up in Perth. I don't know where we were in Perth. We just kept driving, came out to the open nowhere in Western Australia, and went out to by Mika-Thera, and went out there to go metal detecting. I had a mine lab that I had just bought and went out with, and during that time it was literally I was getting nothing. I was walking and walking and walking, and these boots were not comfy. I had a belt with a chain on the back, so as I walked one direction, I would be dragging a line, so then when I turn around, I can walk parallel to that line the other way. I walked close to 100 miles, by my best guess, because I was like 5 miles one way, 5 miles back, around brush and different things, and checking all the lines. And finally, I got a target. I got a signal. I got a legit, not a hot rock. Like, this was a uniquely sounding target. If you know anything about metal detecting, the sounds are what give you the signal, are what tell you. If you don't have the right sound, you're either on a hot rock, iron, or something like that. And so I finally got a target. and it was a little cute. It was like a picker. Maybe I could pick it like that. It was big enough for the detector to sense, but it wasn't like woohoo. I mean, it was exciting because I'd spent so much time walking for nothing that now I have something for the time. And then I got to I dug it up, kept moving in my grid pattern that I was doing, and then went back to it. Came back, and about the second time passing where I dug before, I got another target. Basically, I'd walked by once, came back, and then there it was. And I looked to my right about 10 feet was where I dug my other target. So I was like, oh, well, that kind of makes sense. And so then I changed my course, and I started to move along that line. And as soon as I did, I was getting target after target after target, and I noticed that the wind had actually swept the gully, the washout, full of the red dust dirt packed in there. And in that trip, I ended up with 14 ounces total, and my biggest piece was a 3/4 ounce nugget. The one before then was when I was dredging on the Klamath River in Northern California on a private claim, and that was the summer I did 100 ounces, and I got down to about 70 feet, which is kind of that risky diving depth. It was like, should I be diving this deep? And then I got down. I ended up having to recruit some nearby dredgers to help me. I was like, hey, I'm onto something. Would you like to help me in this? And I'll do a percentage with you, because I don't know how you guys are doing. If you're doing really well, you don't have to. And they're like, oh no, well, yeah, let's do it. And I had to give them each 10 ounces of that 100 because it was that good. Like, they would have, yeah. And I couldn't leave the spot, but yeah. In that hole, I ended up getting another 3/4 ounce nugget. And each of those nuggets were the only way to tell the difference between the two was by using a milligram scale. They were that close. So the tiebreaker being the purity, the Australian nugget won because the Australian nugget was far more pure than the California one. So 2 3/4 ounce nuggets are the largest I've ever had. The largest I currently have, because I had to sell those when I lost my finger. They had to go away to pay for bills and take care of my family. This 1/10 of an ounce. It's 3 point something grams. Basically a 1/10 of an ounce is what I call it. So that's my currently biggest piece, which has a story on McKinley Creek. So there's my biggest piece stories. I don't have any glorious 4 ounce, 5 ounce. Now I've seen people around me get them, which was like, oh, I was so close. But what can you do? Gold is where you find it. Yep, gold is where you find it. And then when you're not finding it outside, you hope your cons are loaded with more than you expected. Just kind of agitating, it brings these blonde sands up to the top. I know some of this is from the Oregon coast here, because I see those little those wires that I was running into. What is that white powder that is not falling on the blue thing? Just dry sand? What, you talking about this? These are little pieces of gold. White powder. These are bigger. I don't know, my focus is kind of lousy or what. Those are some bigger, there's some lead in that. Or are you talking about like this? I don't have any good white powder. These TV shows, you see them pulling millions of dollars worth of gold. Is it all really true or mostly made? Okay. So Tony Beats, Parker, they have real operations. Some of the drama stories, I'm sure, are kind of not scripted. There's no scripts. So, speaking from experience, Jersey, I don't know if you know this, but I was on Gold Rush Whitewater. I was a diver on Kayla's crew. And if you watch that season with me on there, they tremendously disrespected and misrepresented me. So they complained about me not communicating while underwater when the comm system's volumes were minimal to none. Plus, I'm wearing headgear that's overly insulated. Oh, that's just floataways. It's like dust. So, you see on the scoop here, it's kind of dusty. The denser stuff should go through. You notice these bubbles in the back. They're I've got jet dry in here to break the surface tension of the water, but certain dust will just float away anyway. But back to the show commentary. I just wanted to finish that answer. Yeah. The shows definitely paint different pictures, and there's lots of editing. So while somebody might have said something at one time, they yeah, it's the editing of the shows really changes what happened out there at times. So there's a lot of I can't, there's certain legal things I can't disclose or say, but a lot of it's editing. It's yeah, the shows are heavily edited. So audio bits are taken from one thing and then overlaid, so you'll notice someone might be saying something and then they turn the camera away. You still hear them saying something, but it might not have been what they were saying. So in one episode, we were going up, Kayla and I were hiking up, and I was just joking a bit because I was out of shape. I mean, I'm not a cardio guy. I do strongman. I lift heavy things. At my prime, I was deadlifting in the 800s, and I can't do that now. I'm about 400, 500 right now, which is still pretty good for being 43 and hardly training. But when I was younger, I focused on I wanted to be world's strongest man, which when I realized I'm 5'9", and I would barely be in the top 20, and if I really pushed hard and did things I probably shouldn't for my body, then I kind of came to fruition that, that's not going to happen. And I still train, I still coach and do that stuff, and I go to the Shaw Classic every year I've could. So I was not a hiker. Like my pack, which was a sea summit or whatever, it was a sea lift or something, dry bag. I had about 100 pounds of rope in there for belaying and doing all that. And I'm hiking up this hill following Kayla, and she's a beast. Kayla's a legit gold mining beast. She knows how to dredge, she knows how to find gold, and that's why I liked working with her, because we both understood, when we talk about gold and how to find it or what we're looking for, we went to pan the sample the same spot when we first saw the curve in the creek and on Nugget Creek, where we both thought of the same spot, and the production was actually kind of laughing about it in the background. But on that hill hike, there's a part where Kayla says, "Let's go." She never said that at that point. And then there was a scene where Kayla's like, I'm gonna take the hose, you get that, you guys work on the generator and then haul that out there. I'm like, okay. And she goes, and I'm like, you gonna wait so I can follow you or something? And she goes, no, I've got it. They didn't put that in there. And then apparently Kayla slipped with the hose earlier up the hill while I was still getting the other stuff ready to haul up. And then I got yelled at for not following her and making sure that her, with that big load, that she was okay. And it's like, I'm not gonna doubt a lady when she tells me she's got it. Like, Kayla's done a number of amazing like lifts and moving rocks twice her size and things like that. What am I to say that she can't handle that hose, that I need to be this supervision, what do you call it, chaperone for her? I didn't need to do that. She's a capable woman that can do, when she says she's got it, she's got it. Now trips and slips happen, but I was still getting the other stuff ready to haul up. And yep, gold. Yeah, exactly. Then I got blamed. And of course, I don't know what was set up there. And then the comm systems weren't working. So it's like, what am I supposed to say? Oh, I'm moving another rock. I've dredged by myself the whole time, never using comms, and they're telling me I need to communicate more. It's like, what am I supposed to say? Oh, this rock is kind of gray. Oh, this rock has a little bit of green to it. Like, what am I supposed to say? See, Integra Boy, she's not bad. Now, she was getting irritated at a lot of the oversight and, like, not getting gold, which it was funny because they're like, oh, look at that, aren't you excited? I'm like, no, could be better. We're running a 6-inch dredge and that's all we have on a creek that's supposed to be known for gold. Like, they're expecting me to be like, well, that's a new one, Ed. Yeah, like they were saying I needed to communicate more when I wouldn't hear a response. So, and they're like yelling up top, yelling for me when I couldn't hear it. And then they go on about, oh, he has a hearing problem. It's like, yeah, certain sounds don't come as clear. Certain high-pitched ones, because I'm a welder. I work in industry. And so I don't have as perfect a hearing being in construction. Despite wearing earplugs all the time, despite doing what you do to try and prevent hearing loss, you're gonna be in a quiet conversation and some greenhorn's gonna smash a a hammer to try and get his piece to fit because he couldn't cut it right and doesn't want to pull it out and recut it, wants to bang it into position, or there's gonna be things, or some truck is gonna run really raggedy because it exhaust. Yes, I was turning 40 that year. I was 39. I was going to turn 40. It's like, it's natural. Age, all that. Age, work. But yeah, the shows are heavily edited and altered. Like, we had to wear the same clothes, try and keep the same outfits the whole time, because if they needed to crop something or clip something and you were wearing something different, they couldn't use that at the time unless it fit the narrative. So, yep, definitely heavy edited. Oh, we got a nice little patch right here. I can see more little colors. I'm just doing this leisurely. It's not effective. It's not efficient. Besides getting it really clean. That's all we're doing here. Some of you have already heard me say that, but for anyone who's cycled in or out and is just watching me slide this gold out of here, that's why. But yeah, it was, yeah. So a lot of the show, a lot of it, and it's funny because they called me, what did they call me? The least experienced on the crew. And I'm like, I'm the most experienced here. Nobody's dredged or worked gold as long as I have, as much as I have. I was like, who came up with that narrative? What kind of idiot did that? You're just going to throw the real mining community who knows me, the hundreds who know that I've been backing for in DC and different state capitals from Sacramento, Olympia, and Salem, that I'm the rookie? You obviously don't really care about having the authentic audience. Yeah, no, it was a great time though. I mean, there was a lot of the drama. Oh, I think that's another little ball of mercury, or is that a bubble? Oh, it was a bubble. Okay. I really could do without more mercury. So, it's like, it's just the method of how they do it. The show editing does get to be annoying. And then seeing, like, I was told not to watch the show. Like, don't watch the show, don't see it, don't do this. And it's like, well, people are gonna have questions about why did you do this or why did you do that, and I won't even know what they're talking about. So I kind of needed to see the show, so we'd watch it because all the family I had knew I was on there. And yeah, they just, yeah. Girl, the spite. It just means the more I have to treat. I guess isn't that bad, but, you know. More treating. I have to get a new retort too, so the stuff that goes in here has to get stored and then kind of forgotten about until I get a new retort or I get the parts to build a proper retort. You don't want a retort to be built out of galvanized pipe. It needs to be black iron, and you have to have the right fittings. Stainless is better than that, but it also has its quirks. As it overheats on one end, it likes to oxidize, and that is true. It is a very good statement. Since you're invested in this mercury thing. A funny story. In 2003, we had this event called Dredge Earth First. Yes, there's actually a little vial, which is it's just like this one, but it's screwed up under there. There's a cap in there, and it's screwed in so I can catch the gold just like that. When I'm done for the night, which I don't know, it's already midnight. I've been doing this since 7. So, when I get all this, I think this will be the last bit of sand here, and then we'll get that processed. I mean, I've maybe gone 2 inches down in this, and I keep getting more powder, more light flakes of gold. Yeah, so there's the Earth First, so we called it Dredge Earth First as a way of protesting the environmental group Earth First, who would make ridiculous claims. Now, we actually had a whole gallon of mercury accumulated from various dredge operations. A bunch of miners put in for it. We also had a demonstration of a dredge with over-soaked. So there was a tub, and we had an over-soaked hot dog. You know those hot dogs that'll break apart when they're overcooked and just overdone? So we tried to prove how much harm a fish could have going through a nozzle and going through the hose of a dredge. Given the fact that if you've seen how they transport or move fish from one place to another, they suck them through a tube and then they discharge out the other end anyway. But they do it differently, supposedly, where it's safe. We took that soggy dog and put it into the nozzle, and it came out the other side of the sluice, and then we told the guy to pick it up, and he picked it up, and it broke in half and, like, crumbled. And those, look how your hand touching the fish did that. Now, a fish is going through white water and all kinds of craziness, and you don't think it can handle what that dog that broke in your hand could handle. Then they're like, well, the dredges do the mercury and stuff. We actually turned in a gallon of mercury, like a liquid gallon of mercury, a huge thing, and gave it to the Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife, or whatever, Fish and Game, whatever their alphabet soup lettering is. And we filed a Freedom of Information Act about that. And in the note dates, they sold the mercury. Never notated anything else, but they sold the mercury to GE to make compact fluorescent bulbs. So they let the mercury go out into light bulbs to get redistributed. They didn't account for that we removed it from the streams, that's where we took it from, that we removed it from being a future, in the line of, fish, the food pyramid, or what do you call it? The predator thing, the food chain or whatever. That we removed it from being a possible source for the fish. And then all they did was turn around, thank you, and sold it. If we wanted it sold or not taken care of, we could have sold it ourselves and made that money, because the mercury is roughly $80 an ounce for industrial. Food chain, thank you. I was drawing a blank. But yep, they just took it, sold it, they took that money, and nothing was ever notated, done about it, or no credit was given about the removal of it to any of the representatives that it was supposed to. They took it as a donation and took their money. And who knows if it even went back into the coffers for whatever reason. Probably went into their, I don't know. I mean, if we were able to file the Freedom of Information, they couldn't have done it privately. So it had to be registered into something. But that was the Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife, or Fish and Game, whatever they call their thing. In Washington, when you're prospecting, you're supposed to you have to carry the golden fish pamphlet. So you have to have the rules of prospecting and mining on you at all times when you're prospecting in Washington. And now they'll accept having it on your phone when they used to not. They used to say you had to have it printed and on you at all times. And that was basically your permit that you're carrying the rules and you're going to abide by the rules because you have the rules on you. You can't say, I didn't know. So they made you carry them. Yeah, we were trying to do the best proof of product. Like, what we do is what we do, and it helps. But you try to educate, teach, show the realities, try to dispel the myths or misconceptions, and sometimes it just doesn't work. Sometimes they have their formulation, they do their thing, and then not everyone's a person of their word, and that's where a lot of prospecting videos can be tough sometimes, because you see like these crazy gold yields, and it's like, you really do that? I've been there before, and I'm pretty good. Maybe you hit a pocket or something, but then you see it time after time after time. It's like, are you just running pay dirt that you purchased through? So I think I'm almost through this. I'm going a lot slower with all the conversation, and I appreciate all the questions because I love to educate where I can. So I'm just taking my time and doing what I do. The ribbons of gold. Oh, and the sand. So these are actually blonde. They're the lighter sands, but I see a couple right there. Yeah. Right there. Is that what you were talking about? Because you have a good eye for this lousy focus. Next time I'll set up my Sony camera, I'll get my computer out here, and I'll actually go into it, and I'll get it all set up so I can get true close-ups and better audio. The audio is probably the best part because I was able to sync my mic up to it. So Jersey cards. Does cards have anything to do with what you do for your spare time? Or what you're into? Yeah, we call these the blonde sands just because they're so light and they rise to the surface compared to the dark sand of the black sands. I just had one. Where did it flutter off to? There it is. Huge card collector. Is it like any cards or specific sports cards or? I gotta stretch my arm a little bit. A little drink of water. All right. Okay. So my son's been getting into the Pokemon cards, and I thought it was like, oh, it's just gonna be, whatever. I say little. He's bigger than me. He's done really well with that. He's collecting. He's like, oh, I got double of this, so I got this. I'll trade this, and the next thing you know, he's like, oh, I sold cards. What'd you do? Oh, I sold $300. But what? Yeah. Jeez. So, cards always intrigue me. I used to collect the basketball. I had a 92 Jordan 1 that was signed. And yeah, the tragic story of that one, it was given to Goodwill. My collections ended up getting given to Goodwill. Yeah. Yeah. I didn't have a signed Larry Bird, but I had a series of Larry Bird cards. I had like Magic Johnson, Topps, Sky, whatever. Yeah. And yep, my mother gave him to Goodwill. Skybox, thank you. I knew you'd know. You sound like the expert of cards, like I am of mining. But yeah, It hurts. I mean, there's a lot of things. Like I had a special dinosaur edition Lego, which I was gonna put back in the box. And after I first put the dinosaur together, make sure I had all the parts and didn't have to get any sort of color replacements. Because sometimes you get that thing and it's like so many pieces, and then you don't get. You're like, oh shoot, I need this one. It's missing. And I saw that on eBay, the old one. I think it was like 5 or 6 years ago when I looked. I was just curious, like, oh, what's this one? Yeah, it's selling for like $1,200. And I bought that by running a rototiller for the old man neighbor, while my smaller, weaker friend got to ride on the riding lawnmower. But because I was big and strong for a kid, I got to run the rototiller. Yep. So, I never did collect any cards again after that. It was like you go through so much to get what you had, fill the binders, have all the series done, have the whole tops or whatever in Skybox, and they were those gold rimmed ones. And yeah, bye bye. Somebody, who knows what collector has them now, and who knows if that one signed Jordan was worth it. Like, I don't know if it was actually worth, but I mean, an autographed Jordan is usually pretty solid. And it wasn't his rookie card, but still pretty good. Yeah, I had like 3 different binders, 3 different sets in the early 90s, from 89, 90, 91, and 92. And then all of them are gone. Out of my closet. I go, because I had them on the top, that little wooden platform on the top above the clothes hanger part. And then I look up, where are my cards? Oh, you don't use those anymore, Justin. You don't use them. You hold them. You collect them. What are you talking about? Well, you don't look at them anymore. They just sit up there taking up space. That's my bedroom. It's my space. It's kind of like finding gold for me in a way. Like, it's there. You have the chance at a good one. And if you put the right set together and complete it, it's worth more. It was all for the thrill of the hunt kind of deal for those. And, yep. Gone with the wind. And I couldn't drive, so I couldn't go to the Goodwill to go see if I could get them back. And then I didn't talk to my mom for a while, and she didn't understand why. Then I told my dad. He's like, "Why are you ignoring your mom? You need to talk to her." I'm like, "No, I don't." And he's like, "You can't disrespect your mom like that." And I go, "Disrespect? Excuse me? She gave my cards away." I remember this all too well. Those traumatizing moments. She gave my cards away. And he's like, "What does that matter? Why is that? What is, like, the collections are full. I've worked on those. I bought those. I didn't just, they weren't just given to me. Besides, a few were given to me, because grandparents like easy choice presents. Especially when your birthday's Christmas Eve and they want to give you one for each, and they say, this is your Christmas and your birthday. Ooh, 2 packs. Cool. Worked for me. And, Justin, it was a waste of time with those cards anyway. And I'm like, Dad, do you even understand what a Jerry West card is? Or how much it's worth now? These will be worth that in 30 years. I never turn into a villain though. I'm just the gentle, nice guy that people think is the Bob Ross of gold mining at nights. Well, that's an interesting concept there. All right. One more. I see those pyrites. That's a pyrite right there. And I can go through this all later again if I so choose to. Let's sweep this down. Yeah. They tell me I need to forgive. It's like, I did. I just don't have to forget. It's hard to forget when you look in the Beckett and see the cards that you had, and you'd be like, oh, no way. I had some stuck on here. Verify it. Alright. None in that brush. That's clean. Now I'm gonna turn this water down a little bit more. I still have just enough. I didn't shut it off. Okay. Never forget. And what's funny about it too is, oh, here we go. Let's put this down here. So I slowed the water down to get that. See that little pile we built up? Doesn't seem like much, but it adds up quick. There is that one little piece of mercury. Alright. There's our one little ball of mercury. So now I'm letting it, all those accidental sands I swept in there that are all those iron and heavy sands. I'm just moving this pile around. All those sands are going to clean this out. We'll have pure clean gold. You see all these scattered. They show up a little lighter in contrast with the camera. Good description. I like it. Yep. Now let's pull this off a hill. And I'm gonna zoom it out, get a little closer. Let me get my So out of this concentrate sand, which is only a portion of what's here, we've gotten that little pile to add to this pile. Yeah, probably. I'd say about a quarter gram. That'd be a pretty safe bet. Quarter gram of gold. Which it's really clean too. I mean, I gotta move that one chunk of lead off of there, but it's really clean. None of the garbage sands. So, is a quarter gram worth it in about let's see, 7 hours of doing this? Not really. But it's pretty calming. We had good conversations. I got to answer a lot of questions, spread my knowledge around. I get this foam back in the holder. Yep, just like that. Quarter gram or so. And this has all got to be separated because right there is the ball of mercury that probably came from Bear River, California. So it's going to have to get processed to this. But so be it. We got to do it. We got to do it. So, being it's 12:30 in the morning here now, I know for everyone but Robert it's probably late, way later. Especially Jersey, if you're from Jersey. It's got to be early morning for you. So, but I appreciate everyone being here, all the questions. I'm happy to have answered them. I'm going to call it a night here. So, in my closing, may your pans be golden, and you have a good morning, day, or night. Whatever it is, wherever you are.